Hello, I am Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do stuff. I see a cortical larvae who is here. I'm just going to fuss around straightening out some of my windows and things. I like to pop out chat so I can see it and make this other window a lot smaller. There's no special reason why I should care how many viewers there are, as long as I am doing what I would like to do. Yeah. I have been working really hard on that reverb thing, to the point where I spent hours this morning and many hours yesterday still doing that, and then ended up stopping before I was quite finished because I have numerous hours of doing what I was doing on Sunday, which I never really stopped. I just stopped live streaming it, for the purpose of going through a bunch of little small chamber reverbs. I've been developing the software, and by the software I mean this software. Been developing this in such a way that not only does it generate each of these different kinds of reverb, it can keep going all night long if I want. More's the pity that a man my age can't do that in other ways. Forgive me, I was just dropping by a dating over 50 subreddit just before stopping in here, so I'm like, anyways, I built this. I don't have my coffee yet. I'm going to try to not drink too much of the coffee today, because I've been pushing so freaking hard that I'm starting to really feel it. But I did this, and it is used to generate these. These are all the most recent options for the best reverbs I have. Like, you can see how many of them I've got. Yeah, fair enough. And one of the things I added was the ability to go in and calculate out what the size of the file should be. Because if I can calculate out what the file of the size of the file should be, these files are compressed using FLAC compression. FLAC is lossless. Hey, Mel. And because it's lossless, the kind of sound that I produce is going to have an effect on how compressible the file is. And this is something that I just hit on like over the last couple of weeks, and I've been chasing it ever since. I've thrown away all of the reverbs and started over again multiple times. So what's going on here is I've got all of these different files. If I sort them by size, I see that they can go from roughly smallest to largest, except for, look at this, look over here. K plate A has because the other thing about it is that the size of the space has a correlation to how big the file must be in order to store it. So if you have a enormous giant file size, enormous giant space, the decay extends for longer, meaning there's more information in it. And so then the file size gets bigger. But look at this. We have K plate A and K plate D and K plate B and K plate C all on screen, all around these much smaller ones, because they are not as good as what I'm doing these days. They are not nearly as good as what I'm doing these days. And so the next time I put out a reverb, it's going to be a lot more impressive. And I'm busily thinking about what I must do around that. I've had some ideas. In particular, and there is K Cathedral. It's not quite as tiny as the rest of them, but here we have these other ones. And an interesting thing happens when I start calculating this out. we'll ignore these for the moment. What these are giant, huge, what I'm observing, especially in the middle sections where I have lots of different choices, is I can go through and look for the first instance of, like, see down here, this goes like 860, and we've got these larger ones, and we got 462, 459, 448, 470. Oh, look, there's 420 that is out of place compared to these other ones. Then we have these are rendered sounds. I'll show you one in a moment. And look, we've got 407B FLAC. That is the rendered audio from the example that I have, the matrix that I've used for the householder reverb. This particular one is registering as a larger file size than those around it. Not by way larger, mind you, but if I'm looking for one that starts with 40, we've got 407 and 409, but 407 is not smaller than 409, it's larger. That implies that this took more information to encode, and that implies that it is a higher quality, closer to randomness in the reverb tail than the other one. And if we had one that was very, very compressible, like for instance, these extremely large ones, K-plate B, for instance, we've got this. And let's play a drum sound for it. It's cool and all, but my job is to try to do better. We go up to, say, this one, which is 407. That's good even by the standards of these recent ones. And it is B, so it's more of a hall type reverb. There's sort of more fullness around it. Takes up more sonic space. But also the reverb tail has less of that metallic quality, the objectionable metallic quality. And then you look down here, look at this. We have 347B, way out of place. It's like right, well, actually it's not way out of place, but there's a 4 in the same area. Like if I had all these and then all of a sudden 420, 458, 213, for instance, well, that would imply that the 213, its reverb tail was so noise-like, so unpredictable, that it was incredibly hard to compress and took lots of information. Because remember, this is FLAC. This is lossless compression. All the details have to be in the end result. And so our 347, and these are still hall-like sounds. Also, you'll notice these markings here are different qualities. This is part of what I go through, taking all the time with it, is setting up this stuff. Red and orange mean it has a louder sound than most, and that's on the guitar section of the thing. Yellow or green can't happen at the same time. Green means it's darker, it doesn't have brightness to it. Yellow means it's brighter, it has a lot of high frequency energy to it. But it can have high frequency energy and still not necessarily be metallic. It might sound kind of like a mirrored room in that case. And this one is red, yellow, blue, and purple. That means it is very loud on sounds like a loud guitar. Yellow means it's on the bright side rather than on the darker side. Blue means it has fullness. Another section of the test audio is running Alien Kittens through it, which has got bass and subs and things in it. And then purple means the sine sweep, which is also part of the test audio, does not stand out. It doesn't make a loud resonance anywhere. And so purple is like clarity. It's how much the fullness of the reverb is going to get in the way, is going to obstruct. I'm shooting for very clear. So this has all of those going on and is less compressible than the others. Signs point to this being a pretty good room sound. In fact, I can play it just for you by switching over to SWB audio capture, which we have enabled. Then I won't be able to hear it, but you will. And there you go, really. So that's 347B. It registers with red, yellow, and blue. It's full, loud, and bright. And that's kind of what I'm looking to do going through some of these. Although not necessarily right now. Some of this stuff I need to do off stream, even though that just burns up even more time. But the point is this relentlessly boring to go through on stream? And it might be too boring to go through on stream, in which case I'm not going to worry about it. But that's what I'm looking at going through these. I'm going to go through and be like, what is my highest scoring 36? Well, these are so large it hardly matters, but get down into the area where I'm starting to bring in F and P. F and P stand for plate and front. Both of those equate to a plate reverb sound. And so what I can do is start from 300, look for what's my largest 300 F, that might be too large and it doesn't have, I'm looking for the ultimate EMT 140 plate reverb, you see. So largest 3.0, nope. That's not an F. Largest 2.9. And basically I go through and look for the smallest number in any given position. Like here's a 260F that's green and blue at least. No, it's going to be only green and blue, because if they have 3, that might be hiding more. Then over here I can also scan to look at where the markings are. This is 236 and 235. There's also like 253, 257. Down here there's a 219 that's out of place. There it is the highest one that starts with 2.1 in this area, although it's a hall, it's 219B. But it's apparently a good sounding hall for such a small room, because 219 approximates to the number of seats this room would have. So this would be the sound of a room style in this size. And this would be the sound of a hall style. We'll go slightly larger too. We'll go to the, let's see, 230. Both of these are about equally good, really. This would be the sound of a plate reverb in the same style. Compared to the hall style. Echo returns are farther back, and then back to the, it's two extremes really, back to the plate reverb style. And the echoes are up front. The echoes are happening earlier, whereas with hall sounds, the initial echoes aren't concentrated up front, they spread out and you get more of them as you go along. Whereas with the plate reverb, the echo density up front is much stronger. And that's how this system works, doing that with the same householder matrix algorithms each time. So what I'm thinking about as I stare at this is the prospects of making, like, what I'm currently doing with generating a bunch of tiny rooms. I have on my little SD card dozens, but probably not hundreds, of these things. I've got 166 of these, not counting whatever other information I have in here, which there is definitely some. So I got about 150 choices in here. The best ones that I have at the moment are things like 171, 191. This is a U means unique. It is a generic hall type thing. It sounds like an empty room. I'm trying to make rooms like this that don't sound metallic. This is probably not one of the ones that really avoid sounding metallic, but I'll show you. Oops, hang on. Make sure I'm doing the right thing. That's good. Small room. So this is one of the better performing small rooms. And the job is to try to make it sound as not metallic as possible with the algorithm alone. I've also got one that is the same loudness but fuller and warmer right here. And then there's even smaller ones here. And if we go all the way down, you can see what I tried to use for chamber, which I'm not as happy with. That one I had to bury in echoes and delays and turn it into something completely different because I wasn't able to get a nice chamber sound out of it. And so yeah, this is the stuff that I'm working on hard at the moment. And today's stream is not necessarily going to be a hard work stream because too much of the hard work these days is on the boring side. It's doing things like, say if I open this up, it's doing things like opening this and see how I've made several of these? In fact, they can be heard. These are reasonably good quality for so tiny. Let's see if I can, I'm going to hear it first and I'll show you if I am happy with it. It's like a closet. So I'm starting with really tiny things. Oh, you're always looking for claustrophobic reverbs? Check this out. I'll do a direct feed and voila. So far this is my best for a revoltingly claustrophobic reverb. I'm working on that right now. That's what I'm working on at the moment. And I've just barely gotten started. All these are very tiny. And I wouldn't have been able to do this before. It might not sound like all that very much, but the point being, in order to do this, I start with these. See, these are the ones that I did. I've left little instructions. This is where I left off. Each time I have to build this into my software, build the software, drag the resulting plugin over into my little test zone, fire up the raw sound, and apply the reverb using exactly the same settings every time, no matter what it is, so that they can compare. And then save it and then measure it. Like the one here that rated so highly, which I think maybe was this one. I dropped all the numbers a little bit because I didn't think I was going to get any of them through. I've been through a goodly number of these already and got these 4 out of it. And I have to continue beyond this to do these ones. One after another. Oh, we're not done. And so I could be doing that on stream, but it would break everybody's brain. Nobody seems to really have the tenacity as I do of going through stuff like this. But I got to do it, because some of these are not going to be incompressible, and some of them are going to be unusually not compressible. And we're only about halfway through. I haven't even counted these. No point, really. Go through every single one, doing that process, sort of measuring it, and seeing whether the incompressibility is working out, in order to produce that set of claustrophobic reverbs, tiny clean rooms, all the way up to there, which is where I will leave off with this batch, at which point I will have, well, I've already got 4. Maybe 20 to 40 ones where the file size is acceptable, and maybe 4 or 5 ones where the file size would be so good I didn't have to adjust the times, because I felt like too many of these were being thrown out on the basis of not being compressible. I wanted more to play with because I want to revisit Clearcoat. This is kind of what Clearcoat was built on. So I have to go through all of this in order to make my next batch. And once I've done that, I need to go through everything that I have done that way and apply this measurement and put them all in this list. This list only goes up to 159, so I've already managed to broaden the tight little reverb thing way more than I had. Like before then, this was about all I had going on for small rooms, and it's not really small rooms. They've all got their subtly different sounds, and that's why I've got these color codings going on, is because I need to not get lost in the details of how they work and search for the ones that truly have something special going on. And the color coding helps me sort that out. I know if it's red or orange, like here's 183B. I don't know how well this is compressible, but there are no compression artifacts for FLAC. FLAC is perfect. It is like TIFF or something, or PNG. It is a lossless compression, so there's no compression artifacts. But I'm trying to use the ones where they are harder to compress, because I think that is more of a correlation with it being a more noise-like reverb tail versus, I think metallic reverb tails mean that our air picks out repeating qualities, like flangey effects and things. And the more characteristic events are happening in the reverb tail on sounds like that, the more it's going to, like if it's a truly random wash, it's going to be hard to compress. But if it has repeating qualities, yeah. Well then, so the question is, in what context did you mean are you fighting compression artifacts? Anyways, 183BC is an interesting combination because it is red, green, and blue. And more? Yeah, it's red, green, blue, and purple. It's a 4-tag one. So what that means is it's a small room, but when I put on the guitar section, the guitar section sounds unusually loud. And I can show you that like this. That was a thump. I'm switching between the outputs specifically so that when I give you DI, you're not also getting speaker sound. Yeah, well that's the idea, is I'm able to measure it in such a way where that one, it's loud on that guitar. Some bits of it probably distorted quite hard. And that means it's able to fill up the room rather than just sort of sitting there like a lump. It's full, meaning that it has the low frequencies registering. Green means that there's not crackly brightness happening in there. It's avoiding that, which is purely accidental, but that's what I'm chasing. And purple means it has clarity. So all of those things combined together make a good sounding room. And yeah. So as far as the randomization is concerned, I am not so much fighting compression artifacts, although it will lead to the sounds made by these being more difficult rather than less difficult to compress. That's an unavoidable side effect of it. But whether it produces particular artifacts is another question and kind of anybody's guess. I'm not sure whether it would or not. Some of the stuff that I've been doing with these is getting large, like here's one, 314U. Some of these I'm able to get like large hall sounds, or B would be even better, B for back, because if I can do a large hall sound, this is a good combination. Red, yellow, and purple. Red means it's going to be really loud on the, cool. Red means it's going to be really loud on that guitar section. Yellow means it's going to be really bright, so the air will crackle even though it is a large room. And then purple means it's going to be relatively clear rather than congested, full of resonant noises. Because the test for purple is, can I run a sine sweep through it without having anything sticking out too much? So if I play that for you, loud rock and roll. So my final test for some of that is going to be along the lines of finding the ones that seem to perform best, putting it on the guitar section, putting it on loop, and leaving the room. I'm going to walk out, go into the kitchen or something. I'm going to be going into the kitchen pretty soon because I'll make myself one of my espressos. I'm not going to have so many of those, but I would like to ramp up to doing something interesting today. And I'll just walk into the other room and comparatively get a sense of how ginormous of a rock concert experience does it sound like is happening in the other room. Like, does it sound like I'm literally backstage at some giant hall, or am I picking up something else going on? And that's what I'll be shooting for. The final analysis on stuff like big loud guitar hall is very much going to be setting it up like that and then walking away. The opposite of like headphones. Instead, it's walking into the other room and seeing, does this still sound humongous? Does this sound like it's literal, because if I go into the other room, I'm also accentuating anything that my subwoofers can do. And it'll mix stuff up quite a bit, but it'll give me a sense of, there's other things. For instance, I could run this stuff through monitoring and run the peak only filter and see how that stuff sits. It's probably a good idea. Like, I could probably run all of these through monitoring. In fact, let's play with that right now. I don't see any reason why not. We were just listening to that. So in order to do a comparison like this, you might take a track like that, select that part, and then we will tell it to apply an effect, but we're not actually going to apply the effect. We're just going to, I don't have many surprises in here. I'm thinking about whether I want monitoring 2 or monitoring 3. The only difference is the dither. We'll go with monitoring 2. That has the dither, the dark dither. And if I put this on, it's just speakers right now. I'm not giving you the full effect. This is what it sounds like through peaks only processing. It's a kind of expansion. So the transients should jump out here. We can also do slew only processing, which should reveal more about whether the highs are metallic or not. Because with this, we're only hearing the highs. Or alternately, and this isn't going to jump out as much, subs only. And we can hear what the rumble's doing. And see whether any of these things perform well in all of those ways. Although for this one, what we will want to do is alien kittens. That is showing me, so basically that is my mix processing testing applied to a test reverb impulse. And that's probably, once I start really refining stuff down, that's probably worth doing. I've already done a little bit of it, and I'll tell you how. One of the measurements for the guitars uses this sound. When I do the guitar, get the reverb impulse, and then measure it for how bright it is, and apply either the yellow or the green flag. Yellow flag means that global peak is louder than -10 dB, and green means the global peak is quieter than -12. I do it like this. In fact, with this very program. And what we're doing is we're measuring, first of all, I have not applied that yet, so global max RMS loudness is quite loud. -8 is way louder than, say, -11 or -10, which is the threshold. If it says 10 there, it gets to be red. If it says 11, it gets to be orange. But beyond that, the way to apply or to test is to apply slew only, then analyze that, and we see that the peak amplitude says -1090. That means it's gotten into that the yellow potentially metallic kind of realm. And the peaks are louder than they would be if they were minus 12. Minus 12 is quieter than minus 10. Do and undo, and that's how we do that stuff. So yeah. And I've been doing this for days and days. I've been doing this since Sunday. I do have my plans for how to redo that the plugin for the guy who asked for the old school sample delay that did reverse delay. I should still be able to do that in Audio Unit. All I have to do is take the one that I've got that works and take the Audio Unit version of it and then add a arbitrary amount of latency to it and then recalibrate the controls without changing them. And that should work just fine. I'm confident enough in that I'm not particularly worried about it, and I'll have that for people this coming Sunday, which will be one plugin put out during January, but this is also the season of not fussing over that stuff. January, I get to kind of chill. Speaking of which, I have the Godot symbol on my title screen because I wanted to play with some of that stuff. And it's okay with me if it takes a while to ramp up. So what I'm going to do to start, and I'll also fill you in on some of my plans going forwards. I'm excited about a couple of things that I'm doing. But for now, I'm going to make one of my cups of espresso. I'm also going to towel off my face because I feel shiny and flushed. Anyways, back in a bit. Let me put on a track. Sure not to spill my coffee beans this time. Back as always, not quite before this is run out. Not quite after this is run out, rather. Yeah, what that was is the console MC version mix of Taming the Oxen, which exists on YouTube in a fully analog mix version. The console MC version is better because that's what I'm doing with console. It's making better than I could make otherwise. And yeah, I have a bunch of things going on. I can tell you about some of them before I dive into Godot or whatever. Got my list of stuff to get. Here's one of the things I want to get more of. These are blank playing cards. This is what I made that arrangement card game with. Just drawing stuff on these, but I got them pretty much as just plain blank playing cards. And I'm putting a lot of interest into figuring out how to revise this, go through and make the professionally done version of it, which could involve painting or drawing stuff on these. So I thought I'd take a moment and fiddle with that a little bit as well while I was at it. So here's one of the things. The idea is you can draw or paint on them. You can kind of pencil on it. I've got these pencils that apparently they don't make anymore. There's Musgrave News 600. They're extremely dark, soft pencils. And I'm told in these, I watched these videos on Magic the Gathering cards, which became a very interesting pursuit. apparently artists who have proofs of cards and they can draw on the back of them and sell them will take sandpaper, this is an emery board, and very lightly sand it, which will make it easier to draw on. So it's possible I can do some of my thing in sort of hand draw art on it. This is me doing this. Use my sandpaper or emery board to address the surface of the card. Mind you, it's not exactly the same as the cards that Wizards of the Coast makes. But the idea is if I have done that, it may just draw better. And I can draw a little circle, and it does seem to have stuck a little bit more, although I'm not entirely sure I'm happy with the appearance of that. And I don't have a good close-up camera, my apologies. But what I do have is a watercolor set. You can get these from Stuart Semple in the UK. And I'm pretty confident that these are actually all to the good. He is a paint maven, a guy who's really excited about paints and pigments and inks and things. He's the guy who famously got furious with Anil Kapoor for taking away the right to use Vantablack and getting exclusive rights to it. So he's made things like pigments which everybody's licensed to use except for Anil Kapoor, who is not licensed to use his pink, for instance. Speaking of which, here's a pink. And if I drop a little bit of water from my water bottle in here, I can fill with it more easily. And I can see whether a color paints onto this card nicely, or if it's got some kind of wax on it or something that's going to make it hard to do. I'm thinking the answer is kind of yes, but it might still be okay. But this would be along the lines of doing an art, doing visuals in natural media on a card. I've got another one of these where I have a index of pigments that shows what all the colors look like when you're using them. And it doesn't look like all that much here, but I am able to take some pigments and make them stick to the card. It's just a question of whether that qualifies as being actually good to do imagery with. Also, one of these pigments is cracked and broken. So maybe what I should do is pour some water in here and then stick it back on. Back on you got. It's supposed to be a little watercolor pan and not crack and come apart. And that color is a sort of cerulean, but none of them are showing up very well on this card. By contrast, my shopping list can produce a darker shade of blue with that, or indeed see, one of the things about watercolors is you get lovely little textures, but it's not as easy to get a really dark tone. You got to layer it up quite a lot. So I'm thinking I'm not going to be sitting here painting on cards, particularly not with these watercolors right now, but the idea is I would like to approach doing those music arrangement cards I'll just put this away dirty and it'll be fine. It's not like I make a lot of use of this anyway, so whatever. I'm going to be wanting to figure out how to make these look nice. If I mean to give people them, if I mean to sell them. Because it's a physical thing, so it's not like the open source software where I can give people them. It's like, if I make these, I have to be able to sell them. Much like I made a mouse pad, and it didn't get a lot of interest, and I did not end up going and making them in quantity and trying to sell them because it wasn't making as much of a stir. But people are beginning to ask about these, and it should be able to, ooh, yeah. Making your own paper would work well with watercolor for texture. Agreed. Strongly agreed. Also, store-bought and watercolor paper is increasingly not as good as it used to be, especially if you're going for like Strathmore or whatever. I've got some pads of that stuff that are intended to be used just for making speaker drivers with. I feel like I should be able to, like, let me go get something and come back. I am still quite interested in this project. The project of figuring out how to make an amazing reference speaker that people can mix on that does stuff kind of like the NS10s, but is DIY. And I figured out part of it, which is that using a single driver for like low, mids, and up, and perhaps cutting away some of the basket, but making it bidirectional, and then enclosing the back of it in a sort of cone of like felt-like material, will be a beautiful combination between being able to act like an infinite baffle and produce lower notes, but also you're letting the sound out the back too. It's not really restricting the sound out the back, but the way that it's restricting it, like I've come up with stuff even since making this note. In particular, it seems to me that you should be able to take a driver like this, which has a very high resonance, and you may or may not be worth changing the surround, coming up with a half roll foam surround for it, which will also lower the resonant frequency, or replacing the cone entirely with a paper cone out of like Strathmore sketch paper or whatever, which would be lighter than this. This is a tapered cone. It's not a perfectly cylindrical cone like Yamaha NS10. And what that means, it's not going to have quite the same speed of oscillations going away that an NS10 cone has. You won't be able to hear it, but I can tap on the NS10 cone as well. You can hear it if I point this microphone over this way. So you'll kind of be able to hear this. That's the NS10 woofer. And this is the 8-inch speaker. That's the basket ringing, but still. You can kind of hear that these things are not the same. That this cheap full range speaker cone is ringing like a bell and is not sustaining in the way that the NS10, which has a foam half roll surround. Yeah, removing the back, it's similar to being a microphone trick. It's also going to tighten up the response in the room because if the back wave is letting through any energy at all, and having a foam cone on there is going to repress the energy somewhat. It's going to be more figure eight, meaning that less sound is going to go literally to the sides and then bounce over and be heard. Having a figure eight transducer pointed at you is a pretty decent way of making a accurate sounding, making the sound work. Then it becomes a question of, like, could you leave just enough of this part, trying to hold it in such a way that it's invisible. These are sort of wires on the cone. They're making it heavier. If I cut the whole thing away with part of this also removed, and then had a much lighter cone going right down to the voice coil, and it was a straight-walled cone of a lighter material, it's probably going to produce more aggressive high mids, but then they'll die away very quickly. The paper is not heavy enough to sustain an extensive ring, and it's not bell-shaped. And then you still have the fundamental resonance of the spider inside it, that being this brown-colored thing surrounding the voice coil that holds it in place, and the surround on the outside edge of the cone. These are producing the resonant frequency. So if I can alter those, that's going to lower the resonant frequency. There's really no resonant frequency that it can apply that's going to be particularly useful or good. And then if I took this cone shape and had a hole on the end of it and tuned the end hole to the frequency where, because it'll act kind of like a bass reflex enclosure, but not really, because what it's really going to be doing is acting like a figure eight transducer. But this restricts the larger frequencies while making echoes bounce back and forth and go into the cone, and then darkening it slightly because the felt is going to limit high frequencies getting through it. But it's a soft material, so nothing's going to bounce back into the speaker again. Nothing's even going to come from the outside room into the speaker again. It's going to be very good at isolating that stuff. Then if you have the hole on the end of the cone, you're tuning the frequency of the enclosure. If it is completely sealed, it's like trying to be a sealed box but failing. If it's just a tube, it's letting through all the lows so easily that it's trying to be a figure eight, and probably being a fairly decent one at that. But then if it contracts like this but doesn't completely seal the end of the cone off, you start to get things that act more like a bass reflex controller enclosure, where the air can still get out on bass frequencies, but the restrictions and the sort of tube-like quality of it means that it starts dragging the resonant frequency of the driver down. And using that to damp it is clearly the right answer. So that's pretty exciting. Another thing that's kind of exciting is that I finally got, my luck was in as far as going to the online camera store. I basically just use Adorama in New York for this. Going to the online camera store and searching through the used Pocket Cinema 4Ks, which are what I use for my cameras. Like that. And then this, I have a particular look going on. It's Pocket Cinema 4Ks. They started out very expensive, but they're coming down rather rapidly at the moment because newer versions have come out, but for practical purposes, especially with streaming and stuff, they're a good, really high quality approach. And SLR magic lenses. prime lenses. They're not autofocus or anything. You can tell that they're not autofocus because if I step away, I go completely out of focus. And Tiffin Smoke 2 filters. Anytime you see me, you're seeing me through a filter. You can see that the light in the background from the stove there might not be obvious, but it is coloring everything in the frame. And it's cutting contrast in the way that using filters can do. But rather than being, like a black mist filter or whatever, it's this really broadly ranging filter, which is meant to shift contrast over big, wide areas. And I just found that it was a look that I liked. And so all of my stuff uses that. Every camera that I've got, including the one that I use for the Sunday plugin videos, are using those Smoke 2 filters. It's spelled with a Q, S-M-O-Q-U-E. And I went and checked, and Adorama had a Blackmagic Pocket Cinema 4K for just over $700. I was waiting for that. I was waiting for one that would come through. I didn't care if it was broken in certain ways. One of my cameras has a shattered back glass. The display, there's all cracks running through it, but it still works. And I got it in a similar context. I got it as a smash and dent kind of thing. It's used and all beat up, but they were like, well, it still works. And it sure does still work. It's one of these ones that you're seeing right now. Maybe it's that one. Maybe it's this one. But it's a busted up camera that I got specifically because it was the kind of camera that I needed, but busted up and cheap and used. And apparently the one that Adorama had, they had a big pile of them for a while. And then all of a sudden I turned around and they only had 3. And 2 of them were like in the $800, $900 range. And there was this one that wasn't supposed, it didn't say that it had anything blatantly busted about it at all. But it was still, like a $700 one. And so I was like, good. And once I do that, I'll be able to fire up the drum room again. And there was also the wide angle lens, like this lens is what I'm using for the drum room image. And there was one of those as well. I just don't have the filter for it. But bit by bit, the pieces are coming together for being able to do this stuff up seriously. One of those parts is like me going through and remixing stuff. Like, for instance, here's where I left off. Let's see. Did this story turn to doubt and pain? Tell me who's the true love I have found. So that's Rise mid-remix. And the thing is, that's using Console LA, which is what I want to use going forward. But when I started hearing about the issues with K Cathedral, I realized that I needed to take the reverbs to a new level. I've got 3 different things on my mix template. And one of them is a slapback echo, which is just tape delay 2. I can filter that. It does a bunch of things that are appropriate for what I want to do with it. And then there is a light blue and a dark blue reverb. That being clear coat for the light blue, and then the dark blue is bin K Cathedral. And I feel like I can make both of those things so much better now that I have no inspiration for going and remixing stuff right at the moment. It's like, no, I need to make some of my tools better again. If I do that, then stuff is just gonna sit better. It's gonna be more approachable. And that's, of course, always a trap. It's a trap to not do your artistic thing because you want to get more toys or tools. In my case, I'm building them, so it's not like I necessarily have to go out and get them. For recording new stuff, I would like to have the drum room camera going so that I can sit down, be like, let's make a thing. And then if I felt like doing drums, I could just go boop, and off we would go, and I'd be able to do that going forwards. But for the time being, it's building tools again. It's getting into building tools again. Speaking of which, oh yeah, and there's other things. Like in my list of stuff that now has 2 blue spots on it, I'd like to get more in the I'd like to get more in the way of those blank playing cards, just because I'm already doing a bunch of things with them. But you've seen I already have a whole bunch, so it might not be smart, but they're relatively cheap, and they're it's kind of inspiring. It makes you want to do stuff when you have just big quantities of raw materials kicking around. There is a silicone grease called Molykote 3, which I need to get for my espresso machine. I could get a HDMI splitter for my Sleepy Circuits Hypno for my synthetic images stuff. The smoke tube filter. And I'm still interested in getting another pentatone circuit, this time for the white guitar. I've got one of these in my archtop, which is like your Steve Howe guitar, the ES-175 type. It's an Ibanez. It's very good at staying in tune. It's very good at not needing the strings changed because it got flat wounds on it. And I've got my Les Paul, which is a real Les Paul, but it's weird. It's extremely light and extremely thin, and when I got it at the guitar store, it was like $300 because everybody there was like, this is complete garbage. What were they thinking? And I was like, but I like it, so I bought it. And then the white guitar is a Strat body that I've had for a long time, in which the bridge section is not a hardtail bridge section. It's actually a tremolo bar bridge section, but the tremolo bar section has been filled in with concrete. So it's kind of heavy, but it has lovely sustain and sparkle. And I have this neck on it, which is a scalloped fingerboard. And I've got 3 Firebird pickups in it. Not real Firebird pickups, but ones from this guy in Florida. And what I need to do is get the pentatone circuit for that, because I need to be able to take those, even though they are already not bassy, they're already kind of bright and clear in the way that, like classic Neil Young distorted tones, he's using a Firebird pickup for the bridge. So it's not like it really needs that much, but that pentatone circuit with a tone control on it has absolutely become my thing for getting these sounds to click. It's really become my thing for being able to get a sound. The guitar sound that you heard was the Les Paul making heavy use of that pentatone circuit in one of the bass removal settings. And so it does seem to have weight, but the amount of sonority and projection that it can have on top of that is so enormous, and that's from using that. It's in the guitar, it's not in the amp. The tone control is coming from inside the house. And I need that on the white guitar. I need that on the guitar with the Firebird pickups, because then it will become all the more spectacular in that way. It's the same thing as, if any of you are familiar with a classic 80s song off the Fix's Reach the Beach album, One Thing Leads to Another. If you know that one, and you've got all these synthesized noises, like one thing leads to another, I tell you something wrong, I know I listened too long, but then, and then there's this rhythm guitar, just, it's incredible. All that is a Stratocaster with the pickups out of phase. It's turned way up, mind you, but that's just pickups out of phase. That's just bass removal. Bass removal is key for aggressive, punchy guitar tones. You wouldn't necessarily think it. You're like, well, but I like bass. But you're going into an amp. The amp is going to give you your bass back. And yeah, so I'm very excited about getting another pentatone circuit, putting it in eventually all my guitars, maybe. Maybe the Strat, maybe even that. For now, that. It is very snowy out here. It's cold today. Yeah, one of the things I would like to figure out and try to do, that speaker that I just put back, and the idea of having the felt/carpet-like material for its back wave, for its enclosure. When I was striking it so that you could hear the resonant sounds, lots of those resonant sounds were coming from the basket. I am wondering, hey, before 23, I am wondering whether I can literally cut away the basket and put carpet material on there and get to something where, also it would be interesting if I could make a whole design, and I might be able to do that, make a design using different types of speakers, like that for upper mid-range and treble, and then get like a couple of 4-ohm woofers and put them in a cardboard tube facing outwards so that I can have a sort of subwoofer, but tiny subwoofer-like enclosure for lower frequencies. And then run a crossover, but rather than running it normally, run the crossover as a series driver. What you do to do that, and I've tried it, and it's a weird effect, which might be perfect for this, is you got your like 2 8-ohm speakers, and you're running them in series, but then you're using the crossover elements across the speaker. So the woofer element, you got your 8-ohm speaker, but then you've got a capacitor across it, dropping the impedance at that ratio. And then for the tweeter, or upper mid-range driver, you have the inductor across it. And what I found is when you do that, you get this weird melded effect where the drivers blend into each other a lot more. It's very natural sounding, it's very organic, but there are also limitations to it. And it seems like the idea would lend itself to an audacious and bizarre concept like the one I'm looking at. And like I said, it becomes a question of, can I build this thing in such a way that somebody could put it together without like a full-on machine shop? Could it be DIY hardware, open source hardware? And it would be exciting if I could design something like that. I would like to. I feel like people should have speakers and not be forced to do literally everything on headphones. And you don't have to have loud to be able to mix on speakers. And it's fairly effective to go and augment sound with a big old subwoofer. So so your audio does not, like NS10s have no bass, like none. They're really, really lacking in bass, and yet they're extraordinary reference monitors, and that's what I'm using for all of my stuff, except for that I'm crossing them over into subs because I want to hear 30 hertz or lower. So if you only have to do as well as NS10s do, it should be possible to design a speaker that would do it. And ideally design one in such a way that you could build one yourself. The kind of thing like here. I've got a whole bunch of these, and it's not like they are expensive. They are cheap, and you don't have to have a magical version of it. You just have to have this type of driver. Probably should cost you like $5 to $10 each. So if you had, say, 2 of them facing each other with a cylinder around them, even if the cylinder is cardboard, that's a pressure vessel. That would contain pressure so that they would be able to do the NS10 style infinite baffle, because the edges, the 2 drivers would be pushing in opposite directions. There would be literally electricity and a speaker cone squishing the air and holding it squished to get lower frequencies, or pushing it out from both directions. And then the cylinder contains pressure much better than, say, boxes and things. Plus the cylinder, if you're making it out of cardboard, is DIY-able. And then if you had the top section, see, it doesn't really want to do this, but if you had the top section so that the upper one is firing bass upwards, and then this is your mid-range driver, and it maybe doesn't have the basket on it or whatever, but this is what's firing the high frequency stuff, and it's firing forwards at you, and then that has the you could even make a let's see if we can make this visible. Probably not. You could even do a sort of dome of material around it, because it would be basically a isobaric system, where this is just accentuating the lows that are coming from here and directing it, pointing it in another direction. These are fun things to do. They are not things I've done a lot of at the moment, but it's like what ends up happening is you go to places like Parts Express or whatever. Used to be MCM, was good at that. And you go, you mean I can buy like 8 12-inch woofers for $60? Because they're selling these surplus polypropylene cone low wattage woofers for $8 if you buy 10 of them, kind of thing. You start poking around and finding stuff like that, and it makes you want to design stuff. It makes you want to experiment with these things and make something happen. And that's a good place to be. It has me wondering now how effective it would be to make that cylinder for the low frequencies, and then just put the mid-range one sort of on the front of the cylinder. Just mount it there, and the back wave of its audio wouldn't be bouncing off of a back wall, it would be bouncing off of a cylinder, meaning that the direct incidence of the first reflection would go off sideways and into the room somewhere. And that could be an approach where a free air mid-range high frequency element would actually be functional. You would not have it set into the cylinder and sharing its airspace. you'd maybe cut a hole in the cylinder so that you could sit the magnet in there, just to hold it in place. And then you'd never be able to ship it or anything. You would have to carry it everywhere it went, because the driver would be just dangling out. It would just be dangling out there. But that could be, and the bracing it against vibration wouldn't be happening very well, but the vibration of the low speakers pointing at each other, or pointing in opposite directions from each other, those cancel. Those are pressures going in opposite directions, and so those technically cancel. And you can tape those onto a cardboard thing. I've done that multiple times. The only reason I stopped doing it is because I just wanted to take the subwoofers to a new level. But I built subwoofers on cardboard sonotubes, which you can get at building stores. For years, I've been doing that. I've been doing that when I had no resources. I would just take, 2 woofers and go and find a sonotube that neatly fit them and slot it into the ends and then tape it on. It actually started working less well when I decided to dress it up by getting a nice material to put around the outside surface of the cardboard tube. It's like just taping stuff directly onto the cardboard tube turned out to be, I would use aluminum tape, and that turned out to be better than trying to, say, glue on Tolex or something and then tape to that. Turned out to be not as good as just building stuff out of just raw cardboard and such and wiring it up. One thing about it is you would have to have material to fill the tube so that your mid-range drivers, your lower frequency drivers, would behave themselves. Yeah, and if the crossover was made the way I described it, and you used 2 drivers, but rather than being woofers, they were just the same kind of driver again, it would still work for filling in low frequencies. And you could fill the enclosure with like fiberfill or whatever. And you would be able to get lower frequencies, although not like subwoofer grade lower frequencies, out of that. And then since they're the same driver, your lower section is actually 16 ohms. So it's 16 ohms dropping to 8 ohms in the higher frequencies, but crossing over to a higher impedance but more cone area would be 2 8-inch drivers for cone area. So the box would be very small, but the cone area is relatively very large, like considerably larger than what NS10s actually have. And then you'd cut a little hole to perch the mid-range element in, and the mid-range element would be crossing over and getting more energy because the impedance of the whole thing is weird. And the target for all of this is not so much this is a wonderfully accurate frequency response, yay, because it would not be. It would not be about this is the ideal frequency response, like you're a super high-ender speaker. It would be this is a mixing tool that works as well as NS10s in its own way, as far as being able to produce an accurate waterfall plot, a sound that maximizes those qualities where you can hear into the mix and hear what it's doing. Which is kind of the only thing that matters, honestly. It's like, why care about anything else if you've got that? It's an interesting thing. It's an interesting idea to explore. I didn't actually have the idea of sandwiching them. Here, I'll sketch it out. I have paper. I have those little cards too. But I will try to draw it big because I don't have a good close-up. I would say, oh heck no. But, well, you could pole mount them, if you had the pole mounting attached to the, here's what you would have. This is a very rough. You know, Adam Savage talks about how useful it is to be able to draw, even if you're drawing poorly, to be able to get your idea across. Cardboard cylinder with 2 speaker drivers, 1 driver in each side. They are both pointing out, and the magnets for each of them are inside, and you stuff the thing full of fiberfill. Fiberglass is bad for you, that's why I'm not saying fiberglass, and then hopefully, one of the reasons that I went away from this is because they started to rattle, and when I was making big old subwoofers out of them, the amount of force that you need to be able to contain for a subwoofer that can play at monitoring room levels but go down to about 24 hertz without loss of, like, you end up needing to be able to make those drivers move a lot. And so if they're not sturdily built, it rattles. And I was having rattling noises with my cardboard subwoofers and I actually went to half the cone area, but professionally made, like Parts Express has enclosures that you can buy. They're not cheap, but you can buy them. And I got a couple of those and made stereo subwoofers, each of which has one 12-inch driver. And I formerly had tubes, each of which had 2 12-inch drivers, but they rattled. This would be 2 8-inch drivers. I think I even have tubes in the basement with subwoofers built on them, but I could also go and get more. And then the remaining part is this. You cut a hole in it, and you mount one of the drivers, and you cut away the outside edge so that you just have a sort of floating disc. That removes the outside, I want to say sustain, but that's not the surround. The surround goes away completely, unless you need enough of it to hold the thing in place. You might need a little bit of it, but taking away the surround cuts off the resonant frequency, drops it right down, so it no longer behaves like it has a lower resonant frequency anymore because it drops really low if it's only the spider holding it in place. And it also removes its ability to produce low frequencies, but these are what's producing the low frequencies. We're crossing it over. So it's a larger cone than you need for a tweeter, but it's acting like it's a tweeter. And then the sound coming from in front goes forwards at you, but the sound coming from behind bounces off the surface of the cylinder and doesn't necessarily come straight back at you, like the back wave, because it's a bidirectional. It's a bidirectional radiator for mid-range and treble frequencies. So treble frequencies are also going behind you. They're out of phase treble frequencies, meaning that it's sideways on. You can't hear much out of the mid-range treble driver. It should balance that way. And then from behind, the sounds will be bouncing off of the surface of the cylinder, but the surface of the cylinder is rounded rather than flat, so there's no single wall for it to bounce off of. And that should direct the back wave in useful ways. There's a small area of it that would bounce directly. You could put like a foam back there or whatever for that particular area, or not even worry about it. It might be just fine. And in theory, you could build, if you had the soldering iron to put the wires together and knew how to wire it, and you had drivers, cardboard tube, and wire, and probably tin snips to do the work on this middle one, you could build one of these. The question is, is it any good? And the answer is, well, I'll give it a try and I'll let you know. But yeah, that's kind of half the fun about things like that, is figuring out whether you can make a new thing. Don't mind me shuffling windows. So speaking of making a new thing, let's jump in here. I want to fool with some stuff and spend the day derping around, maybe trying to do something interesting here, and don't know exactly what. I just know that I'd like to do something other than Into the Matrix or Balls Up. Balls Up is stalled because I've got it working and it's pretty much ready to give to people, but I haven't figured out how to make Godot engine export working projects yet. Like Into the Matrix builds a application on the Mac, but Balls Up does not successfully build one, and I don't know why. So it'll be a matter of eventually figuring that out, at which point I'll be able to do it for all of the things. But for whatever reason, that part ain't working. I can just run it in the Godot engine. I've got a couple of things I could play with and see where they go. This would be a 3D game. We'll open it in Godot 4.2. So it becomes an exploration of, can we fool around with a Godot 3D thing? Do I have anything that I can use, even if it's a Blender default block? There's stuff that I need to learn about all of this. See, it says blend file import is enabled, but no Blender path is configured. So what I should probably do is explore that a little bit. That's going to be one of the things I'll need. And that's one of the things I needed to fool with. So this is a fine time to start. Again, this is, rather than being a, hi, I'm your Blender and Godot expert and let me tell you what to do. This is basically a designer and guitar player / drummer jumping into this thing and seeing what happens. I'm going to, for instance, make a blend file. This is not the most recent version of Blender, but I do, oh, well, it's recent enough that I hadn't opened it before. And it is giant. Sorry about the gray screen. It's hanging up a bit. Nope, there it is. You're only seeing a tiny little picture. We're going to have both of these things. Now, if they retained the sizes they were at, that would be wonderful, but I'm pretty sure it's absolutely not going to do that. But now we're looking at Blender. I don't remember what I had going on in settings, but I have never really used this, and so I'm thinking, let's save those settings, whatever its defaults were. There's a thing that you can do in Godot which is copy the settings that they use in Blender. The trouble is I have not actually learned the ways that they do it in Blender either, so it means nothing to me. And there's a bunch of stuff I'd like to learn how to do here that I am barely not even begun to do. Like, look at this. In the bottom of the screen, we have a timeline. You could play an animation. Or we can do this object mode, and we can go over to sculpt mode and fool around with stuff. Like, look at this. Draw sharp, clay strips. That's a classic way of doing things. And you can zoom in with the scroll wheel. There's this little navigation thing that's going to help you move around a little bit. And I think, yeah, that is allowing me to do pressure and stuff. But all I've got here is a cube. So something that I might want to do, because this is just, I've got this one point and that's it. So if I was going to sculpt something and then bring it into Godot, we're going to start with, it started me up with a camera, a cube, and a light. So my next thing is, what can I do to alter this? I can move this around. Yeah. Blender has gotten better and better at being approachable over the years, but there's still a lot to this. There's a lot here. So cursor. We got move and rotate. There are shortcuts for these things. And I'm pretty sure it's the shortcuts that are like there is another add a cube. I'm not going to bother doing that at the moment. Transform, scale. See, if you hit S, you presumably get a tool by which you can scale things. But maybe not with just the select thing. Maybe if you select the scale thing, and then I hit that, it is letting me scale selected items. Note that I have this stuff going around, so if I wanted to make it longer and skinnier, I might be able to select this, hit S, and it kind of, nope, that's still everything. Okay, well, let's try some other stuff like Shift S. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Shift gave me a weird extra bunch of stuff. That's cool, but I'm not going to be talking about that right now. So if I've got scale selected, these are similar to my little axes, like this thing up on the top where I'm zooming it around. So if I clicked on one of these, do I get to scale only that bit? And the answer is yes, absolutely, I do. So we're going to make a, I don't know, something. We've made an obelisk. So here's the thing. Sculpt mode wasn't doing anything because we have very few items here. Like there is, I don't even, what the heck is this? Cursor? So select items using this. We got move, we got rotate, we got scale. Transform lets you do a bunch of these things. Like there's a rotate. Transform, it's going to be this. So this is the all-in-one thingy. We can manipulate all of these different things. We've only got this one object. And measure angles. Let's see. Can we in fact measure any of this? Kinda. Okay, well that's cool, but useless. So I'm no longer interested. So we've also got a bunch of stuff hiding underneath my face here. So if this part goes poop, we've got stuff here. Like that is the cube's transform. We've got modifier, particles, not worried about that. Physics, not worried about that. Constraints, data, material. None of that's relevant to what we're doing right now. And then what the tool is. Render properties. So a bunch of things are found here. So I'll come back. That little animation is the thing that I did in OBS. Goes and then back up. So here's the thing. What I'm going to look for now. See, I'm in object mode. That's taking any of these individual things and doing stuff with them. Edit mode should be, let's see, move, that's still global. Although, can I select one of the points? Yes, I can. So check this out. If I have only the one point selected, that's part of how all this works. And we can change this shape this way. I'm leaving everything sloppy and weird. And rotating a point does nothing. So not worried about that. But selecting multiple points on the other hand. 3 points. Rotating 3 points might get weird. And sure enough, it does. We can intersect our own object. And what I'm thinking about here, making an object, we don't necessarily do it in this way. Even like this, like what we've got there is we've got these 3 points selected, but only these 3 points selected. And this is the thing where we can make more points happen. Bevel, cut into selected items at an angle. So we could select everything and then bevel it, well, inset new faces. And what that means is all of this stuff gets constricted into this additional shape, or not, depending upon how you have it set. So we've added some faces, but we have missed a couple of points. These points weren't actually selected. I think only what was visible was selected. User perspective. So we didn't actually get to select any more. What if we... Okay. Shift click gave me more selected bits. So what I'm doing here is I'm getting to the point where I can go into the sculpt mode. I was searching for something else entirely, but this is basically sort of bit banging. This is like extrude, inset, bevel, loop cut, knife, polybuild, undocumented operator. Not sure what that's supposed to mean. Something. And this just makes more geometry. And smooth means, like, well, I'll demonstrate. Like, I can tell what some of this is going to do already. Here we've got bevel. We've got all of the points selected. So now we're taking everything and making it do this. Then we can go to move, and then we can go and select bevel again. And that's going to subdivide even more. We can go to scale. Everything is selected, and we can shrink it up into a lozenge. And this is giving us more points to work with. Everything is still selected. We can continue to sub-bevel even more. Although my concern is that it's going to become silly. Like, this is just a pile of mess because it no longer makes any sense. I feel like that does give me additional points because I haven't taken it too far. And then if I do smooth, well, let's go back to this first. Then if I do smooth, it is going to average out what everything was, and we have much more in the way of, this is my sort of squarish, lozengey kind of thing. That's a shape with a bunch of facets, a bunch of parts in it. Bunch of smooth little rounded areas. It's not necessarily an efficient way to make a rounded rectangle thingy, but we've got something going on, and we can go further than that even. Like if I deselect all of that stuff, and I select only these, which I believe is going to work like this. Those are selected, but it is not going through to the back side of it in any way. And I could do things like knock that out, make it be hollow, or extrude. I can poke it out, or I can poke it in. I've still got only those ones selected, but now I've stepped it in a little bit. Oh, there's the inside of my thing. Meaning that we can see my place where I extruded it just barely. Yeah. Dragging on that. Going in closer to here. Then we've got inset or bevel, or go back to this. I've still got these four selected, so we can do things like scale. And if I do that, oh no, that's just tilting it, isn't it? That's not doing what I thought at all. We'll undo it for a moment. And so I can make this be a sort of inset place. It's along the same parameters. And now if I go outside my thing, we can plainly see that okay, now what happened? There it is. Found it. Yeah, it's glitching around a little bit. I didn't expect that. We can see that inset thing. There's geometry there. In fact, we could go through and do a further thing. My apologies that it says Godot, but I'm fooling around with this instead. What the hey? Move the view to over here and pull it back a little bit. Move that view some more and look at it kind of end on. Whoa, it jumped. If this only selects the outside edge, I've now got these selected, but the inside one's not. So if I zoom through and I have an inside view, I can kind of see that those back wall ones are no longer selected. What that means is now I can put in an edge. Extrude in this direction. And now we've got a lip that is yay thick, and it gives way to this internal area. It's a bit of a backdrop to it. So now we've got a sort of globe thingy with an internal window. Or I can delete that whole section. I think delete would delete it. I'm not entirely sure. Select mode. We're on vertex select. It is showing me, this is very useful. It's showing me what I need to know. Select mode edge select would mean the lines. Then the final one, face select. This is a quad. If I delete it, I do not think that deletes it. Oh, you use Blender professionally? Then you're way better than me. I have only just started fooling with it half an hour ago. If that, 15 minutes ago. So I've got those selected, and so let's see whether we have a cut option. We can add a bunch of things. That's cool. We do have a delete option, but I have to do more than just hit the delete key. Delete faces. I have a face selected. If I delete it, now I've got my little guy in here with an internal window. What I am not sure is whether fooling around like this will give me a geometry where both faces are visible in Godot. I'm pretty sure that the outside edge of this should be visible in Godot. Now, one of the things that I was going to do in edit mode here, let's see, all of this stuff is same as here. That's fine. I wanted to go into sculpting, and I wanted to do some subdividing, although I've got nothing selected, so it's probably not going to do anything. Let's find out. Subdivide, select. Nope, I needed to have stuff selected. If I do Command A, does it select everything? It shouldn't. No, it didn't. Yeah, back faces are what I was wondering about. So let's see. Let's rotate around to select here. That's going to be a limited number of faces, but I can simply go through and continue shift selecting everything. If I had internal faces, it could easily miss those. Like I could be missing something around here quite easily. My intention is to have everything selected and then start subdividing and then go into the sculpt mode. I do actually have a Wacom tablet handy, although it might not be the day for jumping into that immediately. But yeah. Oh, the solidity modifier. So I guess what you're saying is if you have a face and use a solidity modifier, it'll sort of double it up. That would make sense. Now that I've got all of those, oh, A will select all and Z wireframe to select everything. Funny, I did Command A and it did nothing. No, so face edge, extrude edges. I don't see. There's my wireframe. Something's wrong. Look at that. That's a stray weirdness that's not supposed to be there. What are you doing? See, this is known as Blender noob mess making. I've got it on wireframe, and presumably that's what that means, but this signifies something here that super should not be. The question is, where is it from and what's it think it's doing? And can I just delete it? Got that selected, so Hold Z. Let's give it a shot. Do you mean capital Z? I am holding Z and it ain't doing nothing. Nope. There was a place to change that. It just isn't what you said. With the mouse. Oh, okay. Fair. There we go. Clicking on it does not seem to accomplish the thing, though. It is showing me the letter, the number to hit. I mean, nope. Okay, so I can do this much. However, holding Z and giving me this isn't doing nothing. Oh, no, wait, hang on. Rendered. So when I release it, does it go to the one that I'm thinking maybe yes. I pointed it at this. Doesn't seem to matter whether I clicked it. And then I let it go and it switched to the thing. Yep, release once I'm hovering over it. How closely do I need to be to it? Like if I'm off of it, but I'm still pointing in this rough direction, then I get wireframe. Well, let's poke around a little bit and see what that's connected to. This funny face here. What does it mean? It's a pity it can't zoom into the cursor, but it's not. Those are a couple of points, but I'm not sure what they're doing. They have to do with the faces, because these are also faces. Although I appear to have making it go to wireframe made it go to a solid object of wireframes. That's not what I had in mind. Let's see if I can undo my way past it. There we go. So face wireframe, or whatever it was doing, edge wireframe, whatever it was doing, I did something that was wildly wrong, and it blew everything up. But now we can see kind of what this is meant to be, except for that we have, well, let's try A will select all, A. Seems to have worked. I'm not really quite sure what you're meant to do with that if you have, and it's nice that that selects all. It seems like a very powerful thing if you have lots and lots of stuff going on. And now we have successfully, oh, and we're in face select too. If I had point select and it did select all, it would not. No, it would. It would. Top of the morning, Sebastian. I'm actually going to be getting into Godot, but I wanted to set up the Godot blend file import. Yeah. Wrench item in the menu on the right. Okay, we're not there yet. However, I am favorably impressed with how not impossible it's currently being to get around in this. Because back in the day, it used to be a lot more unmanageable. Oh, look, that's not selected, is it? Why is that different? Why is that face not selected? We'll go to face selects and then shift click it. And it now it is, or is it? Is it even a face, or is it just a blank empty space? Oh, now I'm deselecting things is what I'm doing. That's not actually what I meant to do. Okay. Got back. What's up with this? This is the last place I clicked. Here's another back wall. If I click on that, I suppose that means that the face is also selected. That's a little mysterious though. Like here we've got these, and here we've got this. So if I was to drag it around, I would have to do it through using these. Everything's selected, and these parts are moving as well, even though they're highlighted in a different way. Transformations based on that selection. Okay, so hello. What? Whose little friend are you? Yikes. Extrude region together. So we're extruding everything. That's totally not what I had in mind. And poof, away it goes. But we can go back. It's definitely jumping violently around from time to time. Like I click on the thing and then it's just gone. It's like, where did you go? I suppose it could be my mouse misbehaving. Last face, okay, so active selection, but literally everything's selected because I tried to extrude and like for instance, I can bevel on everything that's selected and that's just gonna subdivide it all even more, which I'm not gonna want to do, so we're gonna skip that. And see, I wanted to have a look at sculpt mode. Yep. Yeah, well, I was going to do Godot, and I'm doing this instead because I wanted to make an object and have Godot set up to bring it in. You can make them work together, and I haven't gotten there. So rendering, there was something having to do with, okay, yeah, holding Z, setting display mode, that worked. We've got a little spaceship with internal faces. And we've got ways of manipulating it. But what I was looking to do is stuff that has to do with subdividing. That said, we are now doing something, but yeah, that is a outward effect. What if I shift click it? Do I get the inward effect? That looks a little bit like the answer to that is yes. But my concern here, the radius is huge and we are not subdividing. We are sticking only to whatever is within this range. Since these are such chunky faces, oh, and that's the outwards one again. It's harder to see. Oh, 80 McGee, didn't you see the stuff that I was doing recently? I was making that the balls up game. No, I've been fooling around with this always, so it's just a question of like, now what can I do? See, shift click will dent it in. The strength could be greater, but I basically just want to see how that works, and it kind of did. Kind of dented it in. Do that again. And the next thing I'm going to try to do is, let's see. Somewhere in here might be subdividing. Oh, also, my fire needs a little attention, so let me get back to that. Understand, Bruce, I'm probably not going to remember enough of that. but it's fine because that's just part of the process. I had the damper not on, so let's see if that can fire its way back up a little bit. Okay, so I suppose it's a legit question. Can you subdivide in sculpt mode, or is that not a thing? That's the next thing I was looking to find out about. Because this is like our blendery version of what's its name, ZBrush. Oh, hello. Dyntopo. We don't have any attributes. We have nothing here. Subdivide collapse. That's what I thought I was going to find. It's just not enabled. I know what these are. This is the density of the dynamic topology. And as long as I don't make this crash, whatever I do here, I can always just make it go back again. Like what you do if you're retopologizing. Yep, see? Dyntopo found it. And so what that should do, we are sticking out in the direction of the, I think we are having a tendency of poking that away somehow. I do not understand what that's supposed to be about. Let's use some of these other things. Here's draw. Inflate would also work if I'm making a bulge here. We've got a very refined topology going on here. So draw and draw sharp will make spiky images, or not. So that's not what I thought it was going to do. This is providing relatively smooth addition. See, the thing with these types of things is that there's usually sort of favorite ones that people end up with, and it can be personal favorites, or it can be things like clay strips in ZBrush is a popular answer because it works pretty well for a lot of stuff. And then you end up pivoting around to see what you've done and whether it's working. If I wanted to make a sort of rough bump around here, I might do something like that. It hasn't done much, but it's kind of doing a thing. Or draw will do that only more aggressively. It looks weirdly stretched. It looks like I have something funny going on here. And then if I do that and the end result is real chunky and nasty, I can look for something that is on the lines of a smoother. We got a bunch of stuff here. Oh, hello. Slide relax, huh? What did that do? I'm thinking slide relax should release the tension of the vertices or something. And that does appear to be what it did. That's not necessarily what I have in mind. Oh, pose? Nope. I think some of these are what do we got here? Yeah, it's paintings. Like, not supported in Dyntopo, fair. I can see why that would be. Elastic deform. So we can reshape that stuff that way. And if I was looking for straight up smoothing things, grab might also be. Snake hook has its uses. My question there is always like, what direction am I dragging this stuff? Like, if I was to take snake hook on this point, well, what am I even, like, what direction are these things going? If this goes this way, I'm making it visibly look in this direction, but is it going outwards from the vertex? It looks kind of like it is. If I'm looking at it straight on, what do we got there? Ah, I see. That makes sense. So we're more or less following the existing topology and just weirdly that's pointing, that looks like it's pointing downwards quite sharply, and that's odd. Although it might be just a trick of the light. No, it does look like it was kind of downwards. Like I would think that would be pointing up, but it's actually gone down. But this yellow circle did show me what happened, so that's the important part. And we've got this messy area here. Oh, there's our smooth. We can simply flatten it, or this is the one I was thinking of. That should make it a lot easier to remove faces by just flattening everything out. Radius is high, strength is high, so I flattened it out super hard. But this could also be a way of, oh God, what just happened there? I think that didn't dynamically retopo. In fact, flatten, smooth, made an edge. That's weird. Clearly let's that smooth. We'll go to smooth again, have it be less strength and a bigger radius. I can kind of see where that's curling up this way. And now I still got my sort of lump-like shape, but it's more rounded off, especially if I do this. If I seek this, what's weirding me out is how it is definitely elongated. I don't know why it would be as elongated as it is, but that's, a fair question. And then if I do, see, it looks very elongated. If I am here, yeah, it's longer this way. It seems to be following the size of the, so could it be just mimicking the face shapes? Like my faces are elongated, and so it's doing that. If it was more, oh, hello. Okay, that's a good point. Global transformations like scale and rotation. I have clearly not applied them. What do I do to apply those global transformations? Let's go back to object mode. I don't think that has, there's our scale. That's a global scale. So if I do Control A or Command A and apply, oh, it gives me all transforms. Okay, so let's apply all the transforms. Now that it has done that, whatever I changed, I didn't realize it wasn't applying it. It was doing it, but then it was viewing everything through the lens of that rotation or that scaling. So now that I've applied those, and that's useful to know about, Command A. It's a similar thing to hitting A to select everything, I guess. I'm on a Mac, so it's Command A. And I needed to do that. Having done it, now I'll try sculpting, and look, now it is as round as it's meant to be. And if I do inflate over here, actually inflate is not retopoing, but then I have it turned off apparently. Now, inflate is allowing me to round off this stuff, although it's not doing, I mean, it's doing a perfect enough job. And then similarly, smooth. Smooth is probably my best bet, but inflate is also going to help it, because if I just do smooth, it will lose volume. Like if I go over to this back corner here, wow, it's jumping around like crazy. If I go to this back corner here and only do smooth, why is it not retopologizing? I feel like smooth doesn't apply subdivide. Look, I don't see any subdivide there. Whereas if I do inflate, I'm getting a subdivision, which smooth can then relate to. But smooth will tend to make stuff collapse inwards. Which inflate does the opposite of. And the two combined with the right proportions. Also, I could be having this mirrored. I do not have mirroring. So let's undo our way right back and maybe go into object mode, and I wonder what mirroring, let's go back into sculpt mode again. Here's the question. Mirroring. Mirroring is on this axis and my thing is now off axis. So let's go into object mode and see whether we can center it somehow. I'm not sure if that's even a thing. You'd think that maybe it would be. Z-axis. If it's not, we can like roughly do it. I think everything's selected. Set origin. Okay, there's some useful options. Like if I can get it to work though. See, now I don't see that anymore. So, object is because I clicked on the dot. Oh, and having clicked on the dot, now I have to move things. But if I click away from the dot, I don't necessarily, well, maybe I get the things, maybe I don't. I'm in object mode, so I can't click that. I think 3D cursor is the stripy thing over to the side. Origin to center of mass. Volume. What do we get? That's actually not what I had in mind, but maybe it would still work. That's the geometry to... That's definitely not what I wanted. Okay, so we did set origin to center of mass. If I go back to sculpt mode, what's my mirroring look like? Oh, got it. Origin is where the handles are. So now that I've got that mirrored, we could go even beyond the beyond and have Oh, we can do literally everything if we want. But instead of that, we're going to just work on the butt end of this thing and inflate. Oh, hang on. DynTopo turned itself back off again. This can be a smaller radius. That is now a bulge that can be smoothed off. We got a kind of lozenge effect going on. Probably more strength than it needs. If I was doing this with my Wacom tablet, it would not be as, smooth is going to tend to make stuff collapse inwards. And if I went back to the inflate, there we go. And then there is a rough edge. That could do with being smoothed off. So we've got an organic back end of this thing with a squared off front end and a window. So if we wanted to make the window much bigger than that, that's probably more along the lines of edit mode rather than sculpt mode. Oh, no, we've got a bunch of subdivisions in here though. That's going to make some of this more tricky. Because like there's one of my triangles, everything got affected over here. So it's not as simple to scale everything out to a square that's bigger than this because it's not really a clean shape. That said, might be ways of doing it. Here's a box select. Can I also box select that a little bit? Oh, we got a whole bunch of stuff back here too. That's all selected too. Retopologizing all of this is going to be important, but for now, and after unselecting this, subtract a selection and see what we get. Nope. Extend, new selection, invert, intersect. I'm still doing shift clicking for this because I want to retain the stuff that was selected elsewhere. Like I want to retain those but then lose this. And that's proving a little challenging. I mean, I could do it triangle by triangle, but that's unpleasant. That's never going to work. Ooh, Surfmaster suggests Control Shift. We'll give it a shot. Thank you, sir. Control Shift indeed was part of the secret key to doing that thing. Yeah, that being one of the things like Shift that you can hold down. So let's see, Command Delete. Nope. Or we can convert some of these faces to something else, but what I'm looking to do is make them all go away. Ooh, dissolve faces. What's dissolve mean? Not much. How about delete? There we go. Okay, so that gave us something where now we can go inside here. Move around. Some of these are unidirectional, but it looks as if it should be able to, like, this moves in every direction, but this only goes forward and backwards. Also, now I'm clicking on Move the View, but it doesn't want to move anymore. That's mysterious. Is it because of the zooming? Well, I can still do this, so I can get there. Haha, delete. Now what we've got is a very complicated thing with a rectangle that looks simpler than it is, and it's slightly inset. And the question is, can I make it into a rectangle that I can extrude another edge on? And the answer is, I don't know, but maybe it would be a good idea to throw another log in my fire and get another cup of coffee. The fire's going okay, but it kind of always likes having a little bit more firewood on there. That should get going. Ooh, before I go and grab coffee, let me try that suggestion. Also, I need to save. Dot on the keypad. I do have a keypad, and that's nice. So, boop. Cool. And now I can move this thing around, although it did the thing of jumping wildly again. There it is. That is a handy note. I see there's something still here. What remains? Little crust of extra polys. Want to clean that. Ooh, alt and middle mouse. Oh, sure enough. Sure enough. I'm sure I'm going to learn that eventually. So let's be... I do not seem to be able to just delete stuff. Oh, I like the fact that it's showing me what the thing is. select, rotate, and bring up a menu. That's cool. And then, I don't know when they added that, but that is golden. See what's changing down there? That is so useful if that is a thing that happens. Oh, by all means, by all means. So, zoom view, forwards and back always overrides the side to side if it's a thing that needs to do that. Loop select, which is, I'm pretty sure I know what that is, but I'm not concerned about it. Like, ooh, I don't know if this has any loops anymore. It's too irregular. Anywho, I can delete these faces. And there's just a little bit more. And there we go. Now we've got a bunch of stuff in here, but none of it is a nonsense. Oh, that's interesting because that's one of the things I was thinking about. Let's select near there. And then, okay, so dum-de-dum. Option is the Mac version for that. Loop select A. Edge loop select. That's fair. That's what I would want it to be. All this is a little irregular, but then I wouldn't expect it to be anything else. So let's see if we can drag a frame across this. No? Okay, so we're doing a select box. I should set it to the ordinary select. It's definitely not wanting me to drag a marquee across anything. Press 2. So what would 2 be doing, I wonder? Would 2 be going into edit mode? Oh, interesting. Hello. I managed to do something. Press 2. So edit mode. Then this is loop selected. It would be the equivalent of Alt. Ah, okay. Edge, face. Yeah, I see what's changing. So edge mode, loop select. Got there. Now we inset. Or not, apparently. Let's step back to where we had that. Now we rotate around so we can see a little bit more about what we're doing and figure out, firstly, what's this top bit here? Is that just where I had it selected? It might not matter. Okay, move, scale. Let's see whether we can... Oh, interesting. So this will do a thing. However, my center is completely off. I got an edge, all right. Oh, unsubdivide. Let's see what that does. It didn't do anything. See, we've got this, but oh god, it exploded. Oh no. Undo. But this is distinctly off center. Undo. Give me that edge back. I could do with another cup of coffee, but that's not really the thing. Oh, and we can not have everything be mirrored. wasn't that. Nope. So we're on scale, but it's acting weirdly. With this, we can move our cursor around. Do we get an option for centering it or something? Doesn't look like it. We can put the cursor anywhere we want, sure, but then when we're going around and see here some of these things, viewport gizmos, Alt S. Okay, so so we can do loop select. We can do center view to mouse. That's not actually what I had in mind, though. I see the Alt S. It's just that I don't want to do it when I have no idea what I'm doing. I would prefer to sort out what's going on in some kind of way. Because, yeah, here we are off balance again, and that's why the scaling isn't working the same way. There's our mirror. Yeah, the function search is probably going to just confuse me more. So I'm not really worried about that. I'm trying to find my way of finding my way through all of this. Transform operations. Okay, it's set to global. That might be the thing. Local. Transform to local and inset faces. All right, that was not the thing. We're going to undo that so that I can have this back, but transform is still to local. How about no, not bevel? Extrude probably isn't working on just a loop. Inset. Like a bevel. Well, I have this offset thing. In theory, if I have it set to local, oh, it just kind of disappeared though. Maybe I'm looking at it from the wrong side. So I don't have faces selected. That's why it doesn't like that. Instead, let's try a scale. That's what I was doing before. Now we have it set to local, but this is still offset and not showing in the center. And so if I do something like that, that's pretty, but not what I had in mind. Although, now that it says local, at least it's not doing the wrong thing I was noticing. Oh, and yes, it still is. We are still centering on kind of where that was, only not really. So the part that I don't understand is how to offset that location. And that's worth a shot. So let's go back to the select box and then hit S. Maybe I need to hold S. Ain't nothing happening. Oh. Okay, all of a sudden it is, but my cursor is still... That's not centered. Okay, so when you say you can set cursor to the middle, I feel like this whole thing is not in the middle. And that would explain why it's not acting like it's in the middle, because the whole thing is absolutely not centered. So if I was to A for select all, I mean, it would be interesting to work out how to, I feel like some things that I can do are to make this go to the middle. Set geometry to origin. Well, that's not what I wanted at all. We're just scooching over to the side now. Okay. Oh, transform is all of the above. Fire's going okay. So let's see, this is why it doesn't want to scale properly, is because the whole thing is off center and possibly also twisted and just generally far from anything that one would consider normal. Oh, we seem to be centered that way, but not really any other way. We're also rotated a little bit. So there's no real way for this to know, like it can know center of mass, but it can't tell that I have rotated it. Instead, all I can really do is kind of unrotate it a little bit. Like that. Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't matter, but it was. Chain link next to global. Good. That's probably what I needed. Now that we've done that, let's go back to edit mode. We still have that thing selected, and that's convenient. Transform pivot point, median point, bounding box center, 3D cursor, individual origins. That's useful. So median point is what's getting me in trouble. And by trouble, I mean it just didn't do what I wanted. But that is like, come on, come back. That is the center of what's going wrong with what I was trying to do. Median point is not actually the bit that I care about. Active element. Bounding box center might be correct. 3D cursor would be a way of applying a lot of control. Individual origins. Let's see, if I was to use individual origins, well, it doesn't actually like bevel for that. Let's try inset faces. It did weird things before. So inset faces, but this time individual origins does not a lot. Useful. Okay, so bounding box. Fair. Because with some of these things, I'm just using an inappropriate thing. And anyway, it's not actually this that I wanted. I had settled on scale was going to work. So if I do scale and set it to median point, it's over there, whatever that means. I'm not sure why. Oh, I bet I know. Oh, I bet I know. Check this out. See all the geometry? Median point is like the median point of how much geometry is there. So it's getting dragged this direction by all of this stuff. It's nothing to do with what I wanted, but it's literally what it thinks it is. Active element is some dot somewhere. Transform orientation should indeed be local to this thing. And bounding box. Bounding box is exactly the right answer. So if I take bounding box, 1 minute warning on ads and things, and then I do scale, and we can even and the only remaining thing is that this is really messy geometry. This is not going to make it into a neat little rectangle. We've got a lot of chunkiness over here. Bit of a nasty little gnarl over there. But one thing we can do is see, I wonder whether sculpt mode, Dyn topo, a smaller radius, and a little smoothing. Hang on. Oh, and we're not Dyn topo yet. That's going to change the situation quite a bit. Hey, Lost Crow. So this is a terrible way to do this, but seeing as I am a rank amateur, part of it is just the fun of derping around with it and seeing what I can make happen. And so far, we're actually not changing that edge. We've successfully smoothed a bunch of this out. Then we can go back to inflate for gradually getting rid of the sheer mess of that top corner that was done all by itself with no mirroring, so it doesn't match anything. But we have total four-way mirroring going on now, so everything is getting smoothed out a whole bunch. And we've changed the shape of the box a little bit, but whatever. I think we're almost to the point of trying to get this thing, whatever it is, into Godot. I'm just aggressively flattening the bump there. Come on, you. Multiplane scrape. Let's not even get into that right now. Smooth will tend to inset stuff. Okay, so there's still issues, but on the whole, we are sort of vaguely resembling what we started with, but smooth. So now the next thing is, this is going to be way too many polys for any reasonable purpose. This all needs to be retopologized. And surely there's going to be a way of doing that. Here's a remesh section. I'm okay with hovering for some of this stuff because it's like it's all rather baffling anyway. Oh, look, voxel size this big, adaptivity this big. A value greater than 0 disables fixed poles. We can have adaptivity be the same. Preserve all these things. Let's see what it does. If it doesn't work, I will just undo it. Oh God. Oh no. Oh dear, oh my. Back to the drawing board. Adaptivity is 0. Now what? If we do 0, then what do we get? Still a complete mess. Oh gosh, oh dear. Oh man, it exploded. It blew up. Voxel size. I clicked that. What did it tell it to do? Oh, it made it smaller. Alrighty. Now what do we got? It is still not a happy camper. No, no. There is no thickness to the mesh, correct? Okay, so remesh is not awesome for where we're at right now. I'm not sure there's going to be a way. Yeah, there is no thickness, so that might not be a good option. Oh, look, we have a whole bunch of controls here. That's not going to be it. That's not going to be it. View layer, scene, world, collection, object properties. Well, we do have an object. We've got an edit mode. There might be stuff in edit mode for cutting back the mesh. Oh, now come on. Layout. This is a little baffling. This top edge is not helping me very much. Geometry nodes? Yikes. So that's fine, but we're going to go back to layout. Object menu. Quick fur. Oh, now it's a furry object. Alrighty. I think maybe we'd better undo that. Cool as it is, that's far away from what we wanted to have happen with bringing this into Godot. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. That it has like a furry built-in menu. So, rendering, fine. Transform pivot point, all that is fine. Transform orientations. Local is probably going to work for now. I can probably figure that stuff out. I've dealt with things like this before. Green menus. Data. Ah, green means here. Okay. So, quadraflow remesh. Oh, in edit mode, do we not have that available? I think it wants to be in object mode. Then that is available. Let's see what we get. Boop. Aha. Here's a menu. Or is it previewing for me, though? Make it symmetry. Yes, yes. Do not preserve sharp. Don't have to worry about any of these. Let's smooth the normals. Let's do number of faces. And let's see whether it's showing me what it'll do. Signs point to no, it's not giving me an update. But if I told it to be 400 faces, what would we get? Oh my. Well, I do have normals. Yeah. Yeah, that gave me a thing. It just lost the window. I wonder if it can keep the window. Also, its ability to, its attempt to making the quads is very strange, but that's good. That is a very good attempt. Let's try it again, but with more faces. Thing of 1,000 faces. Nope, we keep losing that window. Oh, it is trying to fill in holes. That is a hole. You're right. You're absolutely right. But that could be useful in its own right. It's doing a lovely job of smoothing the normals. Like, it's done such a good job at that. Gorgeous. Yeah, you see, I don't actually know what thickness would mean in this context. Oh, look, we can make a window. See, that's the part I don't understand. Do you need to have multiple layers of mesh? Because I know that they're only forward faces or back faces. These are not physical objects, they're just points. So that's the part that's confusing me a bit. Meanwhile, we can use this to have our window back. It's a little sloppy, but it'll do. And I'm presuming in Godot we'll be able to see this as an object. Do we? No, that's the camera. But we won't be able to see the inside of it because it's looking at back face, unless it doesn't cull the back faces, but then that's a whole other question. In any case, we haven't saved this once. I think it's time we saved the thing. So let's see, Blender file view. I can put it in one of the Godot projects files and we can work on the files directly in there. So where were we at? Were we in one of the programs? Yeah, we were in Tankies. Okay, so into Tankies. Lozenge with window blend. Okay. So we've now got that. We can put it back. Now the question becomes, no Blender path is configured. Blend files will not be imported. Well, I've got a blend file in there. So project settings. Here's our project settings. I don't think it's import default. I don't have anything like textures on there, but then that's fine. That's one thing at a time. Blender enabled. Well, You are complaining that blend file import is enabled but no Blender path is configured in the editor settings. Well, where would I be configuring this Blender path? Oh, interesting. The hole needs faces too. By which you mean that there need... Like if it's a hollow object, does that mean you have two objects and one is the inside and one is the outside? Like if there is a bottle, the top of the bottle is not a solid polygon. There's a hole through it, but then the inside surface is a whole separate surface. Right. Okay, that makes sense. There's probably a neat way of setting that up. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense, and there's probably convenient ways to do it. Oh, solidify monitor, cool. Advanced settings for file system import. Nope. It says blend file import is enabled, which is what I wanted, but no Blender path is configured in the editor settings. Well, we're looking at project settings, not editor settings. Over to editor settings if I can find them. About Godot, scene, project, debug, editor menu, editor settings. Okay, let's go from here. Editors. See, what it specifically said was no Blender path is configured. That ain't it. Oh, external programs, file systems, external programs, 3D model editor. I bet I can point to Blender for this, and that might be what it wants. That is not looking like it's enough. Maybe it is. 3D model editor. Huh. Like I went right inside the app file to the binary. I'm not sure whether it wants me to do that. I do also have an audio editor I like to use, but I don't know about this. I'm pointing to, yeah, no Blender path is configured, so blend files will not be imported. Well, import, what do we got? Oh no, Blender 3 path? Does it want the different one? Let's find out. Editor must be restarted. Fine, let's do it. It has just gone to a giant screen again. It would be nice if it remembered the size of my screen. I'm just saying. Failed to connect. Switching to direct imports of blend files. Alrighty. We are talking mysterious nonsense and failing to do what I'd hoped. So it's a normal Tuesday. I'm used to weird nonsense from computers. RPC. Well, we've got a blend file. If we have it on import, import the file as a scene? Well, we're going to find out. That Godot's supposed to be able to bring in this stuff. That's what I'm thinking is, should I be able to just open this up? So we got nodes, apply root scale. This will scale it. I've just set it insanely. That's fine. Root type and root name. Let's call its root node 3D. And we'll call the root name lozenge root in case it is not the kind of thing that I need to have. Apply root scaling. Light baking. Let's not worry about changing any of these things for now. We don't have any scans, we don't have any animations, so it shouldn't be importing them. Import script, I do not know what that's trying to point to. I'm really not quite sure what this is, but we don't have any textures yet. Blender, all nodes visible. Or it could be flagged as visible only and it'll do that. Import the cameras, yes, apparently. I'm not sure why we would want that, but Blender punctual lights, I don't know what that's supposed to mean either. Custom properties, not worried about that. Modifiers, mesh normals and tangents, those were actually good. Skin influences, I'll be learning more about that later. Materials, unpack materials, export or placeholder. None of that's actually active, but apparently it's set up to try to do this. So let's re-import that. That was an amusing look that it made. And wonder what happens if we try to place it in the, look at that. That is Blender. Look, it's got a halo. That is Blender Godot integration. On that note, I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee. Do a little bit of a pit stop. But check that out. The next thing that we're going to do, I think, is draw on it in Blender and see if it reads it in Godot. But yeah, we got fun. We have a 3D object in the Godot engine. And it just worked, and it loaded it right in. Oh, hang on. Let me set you up with a track. What would be nice? I feel like I don't always have to play Tame and This Oxen. I've got other stuff. Oh, oops. Sorry, I made it go away again. Huh. And here we are. Yeah, that was Solenoid Strut off the album Welcome to Free Luna. Again, I'm going to get back to this kind of thing at some point. That was the year before last. Last year was basically rock-style music. that hasn't been fully remixed yet. I can't actually remix any of that stuff because it was all like live in the studio through the analog thingy, which was a neat way of doing things, honestly. Yeah, I need to do a little playlist box, some kind of little program that I can run so that we can run it to SWB audio capture and sort of quietly have that stuff on in the background. There's a number of ways I could do that, but I could make a program like that in Godot that we're currently looking at. So let's see. So let's see what happens. Open an external program. I've specified an external program. That was quick. That's also taken up the entire screen, but that was quick. Boom. Boom, there it is. Neat. Look at that. Only thing I'm disappointed in is the fact that it always takes over the whole screen, so it's not a good match for live streaming, because my window in live streaming is not nearly that big. Opinions and explanations of all the frequencies. I don't think I can do that, but it's an interesting suggestion. Okay, let's jump in and make this window part a little more square. I do not know if that's going to be an easy thing to do, but edit mode, editing points, and moving them. Should get me there. I used to play Marathon, being a Mac guy. Marathon is very cool too. So our topology is a little bit, oh, hello. Our topology is a little bit weird, and we could straighten this out more in a bit. Manually is not really the way to do this, but it is a possible way to do it. And so what the hey? If it's stuff as simple as this in our retopologized thingy, then all to the good. Could look to redesign some of these things. Like we've got a 5 quad here. I'm not really quite sure what Godot thinks it's going to do with that. We've got a multiple 5 quads. RAT is around 10K, and it exists because the sound engineer Tim Gillies, known as Slipperman, talked about guitar players, guitar microphones, recording and stuff, doing heavy guitar, and was of the opinion that 10K in a distorted guitar was a really unpleasant ratty frequency that he did not like. So you want to avoid having too much of that inflicted upon everything. Let's see, if I was to take a line and subdivide it, unsubdivide, split. Well, that didn't seem to do anything. Oh wait, maybe it did? Nope. How about selecting faces and doing things with it? So unsubdivide. Maybe that just made some of split off selected geometry from connected select. So all that happened was I made that edge go away. And that's clearly not correct. So let's not do that. But let's see what we can do with some of these faces. Like, can I shift click and get both of them? Yes, I can. Dissolve faces. Whoa. I click it. Oh no, I'm melting. Let's find out what happens if you do. Up. Hey, that did a thing. Thing is, do I want that to be? So let's not do split. That doesn't sound right. Triangulate faces. That's better. Likewise, let's triangulate those faces too. Let's triangulate that too. Okay, so now, oh, hello. Let's do this. Dissolve all the faces and then triangulate them. Okay, so that was a little weirder than I expected. And that is because this line isn't what I wanted it to be. That line is unsubdivided. Did that give me a single line? No. I've got all of them. We do not want split. Dissolve edges. Yeah, this is me pretty much just exploring, seeing what I can make happen. See, right now I've got 3 edges in close proximity. I'd like that to be 1 edge, but I'm not really quite sure. So it's very close, but that doesn't mean it's the same. As far as Blender knows, it's just one thing. New face from edges. That's actually a really terrible idea. I bet you that's not what I want at all. Undo that. Okay, well now we've got vertexes selected. I'm assuming that that is a thing, so let's see whether we can dissolve these vertexes. Oh, is that? Well, I've got a vertex selected anywho. Thank you. That got there. Alrighty. While we're at it, let's dissolve these vertices, if we can get them. There we go. And then we didn't even need to do that by faces. We can just do it by selecting the individual vertices, and that made a face. And then going back to the face mode, triangulating that, will give us a relatively sensible situation. But now we've got a neat square 4-vertex thingy. And that's good enough for now. Cool. Yeah, thank you. That was exactly right. It doesn't seem to need me to triangulate it. But then the next thing, now that we have fussed around and done a little bit of stuff with this square window here, a couple of things, honestly. Object mode. So it's nice that we have this object, but it is a one-sided object, and I wonder whether a thing that you mentioned earlier, let's scroll back the chat a little bit. And Fotis, the stuff that you were hearing, that wasn't actually synthesized kicks, that was a Blue Lantern module. Though I would also attempt to synthesize kick the same way, but the Blue Lantern module is like right up here. It's a thing called the Asteroid Mini Synthesizer. I wired up some additional wiring to make it do that. So let's see. Thickness. I'm interested in exploring that. Solidify modifier. There's a handy modifier for it. So that's one of the things I'm thinking about at the moment, is doing this thing with the modifier, but I don't think it's going to be in object mode. I feel like it's not. Geometry data is fine the way it is. Modifiers. Yeah, I like the Blue Lantern guy a lot. Are there modifiers here, perhaps? Object mode. Good to know. Could they be in this library? It's not even. It's a wrench icon. Let's go and find the wrench icon. On the right panel. There we go. There's the thing. That's not the one, but it's a thing. See, that's a wrench, but that's also a screwdriver. You meant this one. Alrighty. So we've got object mode. We've got the guy selected. We can do add modifier, either by clicking on it or clicking on the plus, presumably. And I'm just looking and seeing what these are. Generate might be the one I want. Not remesh. Solidify. There's a solidify. Got there. So it is a simple thickness producer. Rim fill. What's this dot mean? You can make the dot, animate it. Okay, no, we don't need to animate this thing. So create edge loops between there on the face edges. Only add the rim to the original data. Even thickness. And we can make it much thicker in such a way that we can cause it to freak out, but we don't need to do that. No need to do that. And we can have negative thickness. Check that out. So rim fill. Oh, an even thickness. Oh yeah, it'll adjust for sharp corners. We don't have any sharp corners. No need to worry about that. Edge loose between the inner on face. Otherwise, oh, it doesn't disable it when not needed. So that's going to change how it interacts with this edge. Oh, look, we can see it. So there's our inner one. Yep. Still fooling with it. Even thickness will make that more accurate, but I don't have to worry about that. Offset from this sector, don't worry about that. Rim should fill in this part so that it looks like a seam. Bingo. It's doing a weirdly interesting job, like, yeah, duplicate without connecting, that'll run faster. What this is doing is jumps around sometimes on me. It's really jumping. I'm not sure whether that's my mouse or what, but it just freaks the heck out. So we can go from this being the outside and that being the inside with the flipped normals. And if we tell it to fill the rim, it's filling the rim but not with an edge. It's filling the rim and continuing to do the surface normals. So it's trying to make us smooth. Well, we do seem to have options. Flip normals, high quality. We don't have any materials that I know of, so I'm not worried about that. Edge data, that would presumably be, yeah, shade sharp the window rim. Well, let's see what that looks like. So fill gives me this, but then it is actually having it be a very small amount is pretty much fine, because this is still a vertex. I mean, this is still a vertex. What am I talking about? Like, it's still square. It only looks round. It looks rounded, but it's totally not. That's just what the normals are doing. See, I've done 3D enough to know enough about that. I'm not calling myself some great expert or something. Obviously not, because the program is jumping around on me like insane things. But bottom modifier in edit mode, in viewport, use modifier during render. I wonder if it's going to save the geometry though. That's the thing. It's like, is this going to give me? Well, one way to find out. I don't even know what that thinks it is. That is a little 7-dot thing in there. That's not even a letter. That's the vertex group. This is where you write the vertex group's name if you need to. Rim fill, only rim. So that's another way of doing things, and that's giving me, oh, interesting. So that's showing me a sort of fake rim in there, but it's distinctly one-sided. If we don't do that, then it looks two-sided. Kinda. Well, our lighting is weird. Right, there we go. That is a thing and no mistake. So we can leave the thickness to be that, or even a little bit larger just to see what it does in Godot. Because now we've got a big, thick area there. There's a modifier. I don't think we want to flip the normals. Don't think we care about high quality normals. Let's save this and see what it did. Hi, re-import that now. Nope, I don't think that showed up. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, hang on. I'm wrong. Check that out. I see the thickness that we defined in there. That's definitely not in the same place that it was. I'm also looking for how I can that's fine. Yeah, so it's limited because I see that that is clearly the thickness we defined. So it's got both of its surfaces, and that's important to know about. That's working. Next question is, can we paint it? Let's go and find out. Object mode. We could be doing vertex painting. I'm not quite sure what weight paint is. It's blue, apparently. Blue, that's the answer. Weight paint is blue. Oh, I see. That's not a direct paint at all. This is masking. Oh, specifically its modifiers? Okay. I thought I was going to a texture paint, but no, clearly not. So if weight paint has to do with the modifiers, I don't need to worry about that. What's the deal with vertex paint then? Draw. Animation waits for bone influence. That follows. That absolutely follows. Okay. Good. Good. That makes sense where that belongs. Hang on. My fire keeps going out. Check it out. It is a cold day in Vermont, so we need to keep the fire going. It's snowing out there. I may have to shovel, but not right now. I will only shovel on stream if I have a camera out there to show me doing it. Wouldn't that be something? Chris from Airwindows, shoveling stream. Throw a little camera outside and then you hang it out with me on. Okay, so let's see. That should be getting going. I'll jump over and finish fussing with it momentarily. Vertex painting. We are painting these vertexes with a color to see what they do. These vertexes are colored black. The neat thing about vertex painting is you can make really sharp edges that way. And I've seen games that make use of this kind of stuff. I am, however, interested in... Oh, we have modes even in vertex painting? Wow. Dirty vertex go. You dirty little vertex. Look at you go. Now, why am I not... Huh. Smooth vertex colors. Invert. Okay. Invert it again then. There we go. Let's save this and see what it looks like in Godot. Maybe it hasn't done anything. No, vertex painting means something else. That's not a texture. I'm not really quite sure what vertex painting is supposed to do, but it wasn't doing anything here. And that is burning brightly enough that I can put the damper on again. Yeah, so this is cool and all, but it didn't give me any outcome, no matter what I chose to do. You can blur, average, smear, annotate, but it's not actually doing anything with the vertex painting. I honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you. It would be kind of nice to be able to do something like that, because look at the effects you can get. You can have these sharp little edges. We can average things. We can annotate. That's interesting. So if we are, rather than going around in this mode, I think we've shifted pretty drastically over to that though. Oh no, there we are back again. Object mode. So vertex paint, we can get this, but it's not showing up in Godot. Texture paint, we've got nothing yet, but that's actually going to be much easier. Except for we don't actually have, I don't think we have a texture defined, so there's a thing. There's a thing. So if I wanted to have a texture on all of this, what would it be? It would be this. Add a new texture. Thank you. .3D mapping. Okay, that's a little puzzling. Like, this machine should be able to handle both this and Godot running at the same time with any amount of fanciness. What does that imply? Display render preview. So I feel like I'm missing something. Texture mapping. And it would require UV map nodes, yeah. Top menu there is one called UV editing and one called shading. There's a UV editing. Alrighty. I do know what UV mapping is, so we're not completely out to lunch here. We're just walking through this and figuring out a way of... now it's got this permanently open. Nope. No, it does not. Oh God, no, it... Yikes. Alright, so... that seems legit. Object selected in object mode. N to hide the menu. That's one of the things I'm going to want to know about. So let's see. N. Nope. That hid this okay, but this entire panel is now still here. Let's see whether we can make that go away. One thing about it, we do still get to drag stuff around like crazy, all right? Which is not necessarily always my friend. I might have too many of these panels and just have them just stacking up on top of each other. That's the 2V map. Here we are in edit mode. So let's see. Auto unwrap. That's not, oh, UV unwrap faces. Look at that. So edit mode was the right one. UV unwrap faces should give me stuff over there. If I do unwrap here, unwrap the mesh of the thing being edited, that should give me the thing. Now there's also Smart UV project. That's apparently the one I would want. Cool. And then there's cube, cylinder, and sphere projection, which are presumably other ways of doing it. But what that's going to do is that's going to project it on just the square, using up all of the square. But this is not all the square. So instead what this is going to do, if it does a Smart UV project, it's going to make it so that I can more or less draw on all of the parts of it appropriately. Also, project from view means it will draw it so that the angle that I'm looking at is going to be the angle that is the clearest. So Smart UV project gives me, well, here's my options. Angle limit, I'm going to leave it as defaults for the time being, and let's see what we get. And there you have it. So that's the UV map. It's maybe not the most efficient UV map you could possibly have, but it's a very close mapping to being able to draw on the texture and having all of the sizes be roughly the same. And that's useful. I don't remember ever specifying the size of this though, but that's a whole other story. And having done this, oh, I could save, and hopefully that'll all be contained within the Blender file. Now if I go to texture paint, we see this here. Although I am still wondering whether I can make this entire thing image pin. No. Texture resolution, I don't know where I have that specified. Guess I'll find out. In the shading menu. Oh, right, shading 2. And then I apparently have to set up that too. So let's do that while we're at it. We have so many elements. This is going to these menus is opening up so much. If I go, okay, good. Good. I wanted to be able to do this. I wanted to be able to go back to this and maybe go over here and be doing something. Now, I don't have shading defined yet, nor is this necessarily showing everything appropriately. But here's the thing. I can go back to shading now with all of these little submenus and know that I can go back to layout and have the one big area. So UV editing, this is good. And then the shading, we have to have, Bruce says, a PNG associated with the model. That's a shader. Principal BDSF is our main shader. Material output. So in the shading menu, it's nice to have you here for this. You can add a node called image texture. That's probably going to be in here. This is the node menu. I pressed A, but this is all that happened. I'm comfortable with nodes as well, by the way, so shading menu, add a node. Nodes are down here. I'm going to want to add something like that. So, okay, Shift A. So add, very good. So image texture, image texture. This is going to, there's a whole bunch of cool options here. And there's doubtless things I could do with them. But for now, there is an image texture. So it's kind of small, but I can zoom in on it. Or do we have holding down space gives me a drag? No, holding down space gives me an animation player. That's completely not useful. Create a new one and set the resolution. Well, what I'm trying to do is make this so that I can even move around in it. So let's see. First of all, shader editor. Okay, fine. So far, so good. Object, that's fine. View. Zoom I've got going on. Okay, so if I select this, am I zooming in on it? No, I'm not. I am a bit at a loss. Oh, pan view, middle button. See, this area is what's saving my life here. That's how you're supposed to do it. So here's, now I can see new. Oh, and color to base color of the BDSF node. BDSF is not BDSM, something quite different, we hope. Color to base color. That will give me what this ends up being once we do the image texture. And we don't have an alpha, we probably could make one. Don't necessarily want to, that would just make transparent areas, assuming that Godot even supports that. Also, all this other stuff could be done with other image textures. Depends upon what you're doing. Like, metallic tends to be either 0 or 1. Roughness could be any number of things. IOR, and we do need to create the new one to set the resolution. So I saw roughly how big that was. I think I can live with 1024 by 1024. It's maybe not very large. Does it go in reasonable increments? No, it does not. I think we mostly want it to be the powers of 2 there. And color, init color, let's have it initialized as a sort of medium gray. I'm not even using alpha, so let's not worry about that. Generated type, huh? Oh, we didn't even complete it. It could be 32-bit. I don't think I really need that. I don't think it needs to be tiled. And a grid for UV map testing. Well, we're not testing, we're just generating a thing. So, oh, and 1 minute warning on ads. Lozenge texture is its name. And it's coming in at blank. Although it's doing a good job of chasing like its drawing is very dark. Okay, we're going to initialize it to that. I don't think I really need to do anything more. It unwrapped to a square, that's a square. So boom. So now maybe let's see how well that associated itself to like material output, all. This is choosing between EV and cycles, and honestly, I'm not even that worried about it because I'd like to use this just to build stuff in Godot. Stove is still going well. Oh, and this will tell me some useful things. We can do interpolation and have it be sort of sharp-edged. And that might matter depending upon how we set up that. There's stuff we can do with this. Projection flat, we've got it already mapped. Extension, not worried about that. Generated, not worried about that. Color space is fine. We have a vector input. I'm not really quite sure what that does. And we have a alpha, but we haven't generated an alpha. So we're going to leave that alone. Using that, using a texture and an alpha, you could have a single poly generate sharp-edged like squares, like a Minecraft giant block in which some of the areas are transparent. It should work, but it wouldn't necessarily work in Godot unless that works. So remains to be seen. Anyways, we went over to shading and added a node, and we've got a lozenge texture. Yeah, like a square with a leaf texture. Exactly, exactly. So now let's go back over to layout and see what we see when we go to texture paint. We don't see anything. That's maybe because I haven't done things correctly. Scene lights, wire. So that ain't doing quite what I thought. Some of these settings might have to do with it. The top menu is, oh, very good. So let's step back to texture paint. So right menu. Oh, wait. Do you mean all the way up at the top? No, I don't think so. Left, right. Right menu at the top. Top menu is the tool menu. Here is a kind of menu. It's not modifiers. Constraints, physics, particles, modifiers, object, collection, scene, view layer, output, render properties, editor type. And way up here we've got something else. A bunch of stuff that I'm not going to be getting into right now. That is more stuff that I'm not going to be able to get into right now. Delete active scene? No, let's not. Let's not do that right now. And then here is apparently just scene. Oh, you mean bottom right menu, huh? Okay, well, let's... Alrighty. Okay. So, right, but draw, which is what we wanted. Go to texture paint. It does give me a thing that says draw, but you're right. I see a thing that says texture, and I would need to select that in order to make it work. Let's see whether we can. Texture. Texture slot. Should have the one I created, but I didn't create one that was black. New texture. No, that's the one that I... Alrighty, so draw, hey Walter, wait, draw tool menu. This is the draw tool. This is the draw tool menu. Brushes, brush settings, workspace, options, texture paint. I think that's material preview. No, it's viewport shading. So let's see, what am I going to, oh, and I see something up here. There is lozenge texture mode material for projection painting. That is selected. Save all images, that's all well and good. That is a stencil mask, don't need that. And then the texture option, Z on the viewport. Aha! So rendered solid material preview. Okay, that might be a little tricky. I'm not going to necessarily remember that very easily on my own, but that's the thing I needed to do. And that's starting to look more like what I was looking for. Didn't do anything, mind you, but that is starting to look more. Walter has a quick question. That would depend upon what you were trying to do. Depend very strongly on that. I can get behind this not jumping around as much as it is. Text draw, brush settings. That's correct. Okay, so in theory I should have a bright garish red color. Oh, you can't extract a kick from an overhead. Let's see. So we should be on lozenge texture. We've got it set to material. Do I need to create a material? That's now what I'm wondering. Visibility, stencil mask opacity, opacity. Yeah, you can't extract a kick from an overhead. I think the question becomes, like, what are you trying to boost or cut? Like, there are specific answers that might help. Okay, so in the shading menu, let's go back to that shading area. Image texture going to the BDSF. It wouldn't care that I set it to closest. That was just an experiment I was doing. The projection should be flat. These things should still be good. Alpha is alpha of 1 should give me full-on info. Material output. This all should still be working. Well, that didn't do what you thought it was going to do at all. So let's not do that. You said texture paint, so we'll go back to layout and the texture paint mode. So far, it still ain't doing anything. Are we drawing on this black texture rather than the one that I'm supposed to be using? That's the question. No, it is saying lozenge texture in material mode. There's no stencil mask available. We're not doing strokes or fall-offs. We've got a cursor. A bunch of this stuff should be pretty straightforward. Size and intensity should be like literally here. I don't see any problem with that. The only issue is that it is not actually drawing anything. Beyond that, we could go over to the UV editing, see whether anything is here yet. I don't see anything here yet. That still looks pretty blank. So my question then becomes, can I draw in this? No, that's an annotation. No, it's not. It's not doing it. We can look for new images, but they don't do anything. I don't need this annotation brush here. But yeah, the fact that I can technically draw on this doesn't mean that it's going to do it. I see no drawing brush here. This is a selection brush. This is not any kind of drawing brush. There's no drawing brush there at all. The UV should be set up. That should be, like, if we select everything, question is, UV maps, is it associated with anything? Texture space, do I need to load the texture? Is that what it's doing? Is it like not connecting it to the texture? Because it's acting like we're dealing with stuff here in edit mode, but the UV is acting like a completely separate area. Object mode, it's no longer showing the UV. Except for we can kind of see it. And then render result is a whole other thing. And then this is the one that I need to be working with. So then the question becomes, how do we make the UV of this thing adopt this texture? We don't need to make any new images. We don't need to do any new anything. We've got all the bits. And it does have UV unwrapping on the object. You just can't see it anymore. Back to layout. Object mode. I could do it all over again and see if that helps. Let's try. I couldn't get anything to happen on that UV, so instead, let's try to go to whatever the steps were. I think it would have been edit mode. UV unwrap faces. Smart UV project. Well, that's weird. Something's wrong there. Where are we missing all of that? That's all kinds of no good. So undo that, undo that. Back over to edit mode. That's looking a little bit more like everything is supposed to be selected. That's just the last one I touched, so that part's fine. Inside doesn't seem to be included. I'm not worried about not being able to paint on it, that's fine. Oh, and Vertex Paint is now not showing any vertexes anymore either. That's helpful. How are we doing over here? Do we have all of our stuff set? Looks like it. So, convert mesh to mesh. Well, presumably converting mesh is in edit mode. So if I was to convert mesh to mesh, I would find it in not in extruding faces or in UV wrap, but project, smart UV project. Vertex Paint wasn't working for me anyhow, so I'm not worried about that. Unwrap the mesh, smart UV project. This was what was happening before, so that's probably fine. And if I set OK, what does it do then? It shows this down here. If I then click on this, does something happen? It kind of opens that, fine. Now that I have done that, then what? Oh, over to object mode again. Right, well, it's not actually showing a mesh, it's just showing the object. But if I right click it and convert to mesh. Okay. I wasn't aware this wasn't a mesh. It looked like polygons and triangles and things to me, but I'm willing to give it a shot. I don't think that did it. Convert to mesh. There we go. Alrighty. Now it's showing this down here. And target equals mesh and merge UVs. Well, maybe that was what it needed, was merge UVs. Oh, okay. Well, that was not the part that I cared about, but that is an equally worthy part. I have converted that to a fully 3D mesh. Well, we can do that, it's just not doing anything. So let's see, edit mode. That indeed is a bunch of polygons, and now they are all real rather than being modifiers. I assume what that means is that my modifiers are gone. They were here somewhere? Yeah, they were here. And sure enough, yep, so it has been converted to mesh. Good, 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 good. That is all fine. The next part is we're in edit mode. I can select all like this. And then I can tell it to UV unwrap faces. I believe we even chose Smart UV Project. If I do that, it then does this. We can tell it that. Default should be fine. And now it's got this sitting there. So that has now apparently happened. Do we then go to UV editing? Oh, yep. And we've got more stuff there. But I still have that texture floating around. Like if I go to texture paint, okay, this is now an area where I can kind of see painting tools. It's still not letting me use them, but everything seems to be together. We have successfully UV unwrapped, and we've got a paintbrush, and we've got a bright flaming red and also a blue color, and nothing does anything. This is the part I was stuck on before, and this is the part that I am still stuck on now. In neither place does it do it. We got texture paint here. We got UV with a brush shown here. And none of it is doing anything. Control F, eh? Okay. Well, that's sure doing something, but I'm not really quite sure what. Angle. Yeah. I mean, it's showing lozenge texture right here. Oh. Okay, not worried about that. Vertex painting is going to be a whole other story. Only thing that's interesting here is being able to draw something on the texture so that we can see whether Godot can see it. So far we are batting an enormous 0. Nothing I do can make it paint on the texture, because presumably something in here somewhere we're drawing on this rather than the regular texture. So let's unlink that data block. Well, that made another one. Now we have several, but neither of them are lozenge texture. I'm assuming that this is in the area of where my problem resides. Like brushes, not worried about the brush. The brush is probably fine. Color picker, that's fine too. Texture and texture mask, I think, is where we're having problems. Because we've got lozenge texture here, but it's not showing up here. Why is that? Why can I not see lozenge texture? Nope, that didn't do it either. So over to layout and edit mode. All vertices selected. Back over to texture paint. Okay. I don't know what happened, but we have a result. So just to explore that a little bit, if we, for instance, did not have it all, instead we only had these selected, and we went to texture paint, we've got a small number of those selected. We're able to draw in the window, we're able to draw on the screen, but it's not, like, what's going to happen there? Well, let's find out. Little green. That area can be green. So if we've got those selected, we can paint on that. We are drawing in the 3D viewport, but it's not doing nearly as much. We can draw in here, and yeah. So now if I save this and bounce back to Godot, image index 0 could be loaded with the name lozenge texture skipping it. What? Try again. So this is going to be so interesting if I was able to make it work. What up? I'm not really quite sure what it is a separate setting to enable edit mode link means, which is fine. This is these are the things that you deal with when exploring something like this. Oh, look, I am able to draw on this, but then if I draw here, it's confined. So the selected polys are highlighting this here. Maybe I simply haven't saved the texture this way. I would have thought hitting Command S, saving lozenge blend would have done it. Yeah, that's the thing, is I'm trying to figure out whether I need to save the texture on top of just saving the blend file. Because I should either have like this in Godot, or maybe only the highlighted areas, or I'm not quite sure what. But I should have something. And we're still not getting in the draw menu. It's not showing this texture that I'm working on. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's unhelpful, but useful. Save it in the texture paint menu. Well, here's the texture paint menu. So drop down, or Alt S? What about Command S? Nope, that's still blend. Via the drop down. Okay. Not this drop down. Not this drop down. Not this drop down. That's not even a drop down. There's going to be a drop down somewhere which would save this. All I have to do is find it. How about this? Display channels, color and alpha. Nope, not that drop down. Image drop down. Image. That is a drop down. Okay, we're getting somewhere. And I would also note that that is a asterisk, and the asterisk strongly suggests that this is a thing with unsaved changes. So let's not worry about it externally. And let's save with current name and settings. That should work. Now let's see what we got. Texture detected as used in 3D. Enabling bitmap and setting the texture compression mode to VRAM compressed. That said, I don't see textures here. Maybe what I should do is I'm trying to figure out whether I can even delete it, right? Like, we can move it around okay and stuff, but what I'm looking to do is, rather than simply translate it, I'm wondering whether I can reload it, I'm wondering whether I can delete it, I'm wondering whether I can do anything. That's a rotate menu. So I am proving able to select the rotate thing, but I can't change the lighting and I can't get it to open. Well, let me close that scene. Unsaved. So we have no scene. If we drag lozenge blend in there, it might create a scene. And this would now be a scene. New inherited scene. Copy path. Re-import. Bloody bling. So let's see, if I put that in there and then try to save it as a scene, save scene as, looks like a good enough place. Lozenge to scene. There. So now this is contained within this, and the blend file is not the thing that we're dealing with. And some of this is maybe not optimal, but that's fine for now. We can move the sky around. But what I'm wondering is whether I can load a... I've done very little work in the actual Godot thingy. If we have Lodge and Blend and we drag the texture onto it, does that kind of do anything? Nope. Yeah, we got it and it's all lit up and stuff, but having it connect to its texture seems to be another story. Oh, look, we could do mesh colors. Let's see whether it did anything. I think it kind of did. Our lighting feels a little bit weird. Looks a little bit like that's where we get those vertex colors. Remember the vertex color thing? Look at that. Trouble is we are showing a blindingly bright light. Sun and environment settings. So there we got that. Sky energy lets us make it completely blinding. No ambient occlusion. Yeah, how about none of that stuff? Preview disabled. I didn't actually ask the preview to be disabled. There we go. So I'll tell you one thing that is happening is the sun is all very well and good, and it's something that needs to be defined in the 3D engine. But that's not where this bright white is coming from. So we'll kind of shut that off. Where's this bright white coming from? So if we re-import without normals, we are seeing a couple of things, really. One of them is the UV. If we bring it in without tangents, but then if we bring it in with normals, we'll get blinded. With or with the tangents doesn't seem to do anything. Well, one thing about it, we can bring in the UV coloring. The vertex coloring works. What does punctual lights do? Hello. Okay, so that's interesting. Now we've got mesh colors. If we tell it not to even bring in UVs, it doesn't do anything. We no longer have modifiers, so that doesn't matter. Punctual lights is what's causing this blinding, overwhelming quality, and it's not, there's no shading for it. It's applying to the inside just as much as the outside. Blender nodes, punctual lights. What the haze with Blender nodes, punctual lights? I like the fact that we at least have the UV, the vertex coloring. And I need to put more fire on my wood. I need to put more fire on my wood. Ain't that always the way, then? That said, it's doing pretty well. Okay, so it's detected lozenge texture 2. So the question becomes, do we have somewhere in here that needs to be told that we're using this texture for this Blender file? I got a node 3D, that's all fine. The node 3D is not itself a model or a mesh. This is not a mesh by itself. And that's a concern. Like, node 3D doesn't have any mesh qualities to it, so basically what we're doing is we're bringing in the Blender file and it's making it be something, but I'm not really quite sure what. Also, the way this works, I'm having a little trouble translating the viewport. Oh, look, it's a spot, a square spot. It's doing a weird thing. But although this partly obscures what I'm doing, it is responding to sun direction, and that is effectively working both with the normals, as we could see, and the vertex painting, but we don't have the texture there at all. And sky energy can be quite intense, and that's more of the shader. And look, our sun direction maybe is and maybe isn't being affected by, nope, not at all. Sky energy is just ambient fill. That's just providing a color. So we'll default these things to the default. I don't think we need glow, I don't think we need tone map. Though it's not bad. I'm not sure what we get access to what is in tone map. We certainly don't need ambient occlusion, although I see from the edge there it is functioning. I bet if we add the environment, then we can adjust some of these things. I think that's how that works. So we could add these things to the scene, but this is not meant to be the global sun or environment. This is meant to be the object that could be instantiated, and then we could have a bunch of these guys. We're not actually doing that, we're just previewing it. So that's how we want it. We would be adding it elsewhere. So vertex shading, lozenge texture, lozenge scene. We have no scripts. Scene. Instance lozenge blend. Type node 3D. Okay, so apparently that's on top of a node 3D, but that's the overall scene. Whereas this is the root. We can reset that transform. Seems like that would be a good idea. We've got a preview environment and sun, but that's just preview. Without it, we have this. So that's useful for working with this, but that's not going to, if we made this into a game and ran it, we wouldn't get anything. We've got that instantiated. Now, do we change the kind of node to something that's more useful? Hang on, am I getting the option to do that? In other places I've gotten to do it. Add child node. Reparent a new node. Save branches seen. Nope. Access this unique name. Well, how about we delete that node and start over? Delete lozenge root. Now what happens if we drag lozenge blend into here? Oh, we just made it again. Huh. Open an editor. I think that is... No, let's not make changes to that. We don't want to create a new inherited scene because we're trying to deal with this one here. We can make it disappear and appear again. But we are not getting much in the way of like dragging the blend file around. Instantiated scenes can't become root. Cool. Okay. I know I got lozenge scene, which is this here. And then I do have the blend file, but it doesn't show everything. And it's claiming to have found a texture, but I'm not seeing it. I don't see this texture. If I go back over to Blender, I see something. So layout, edit mode. If I select all, then go to texture paint. Now does it do a thing? No, I can go to texture paint, but it's not doing anything. Not this time. This is apparently not a place that you should go from here. But if we go to edit mode and have everything selected and then go from there to here, then hit F, was it? Option F. At one point it was possible to draw on this. Can set it to view, it doesn't do anything. Mask, doesn't do anything. Set it to paint, and it's supposed to do something, but it's not doing anything. So yeah, this is a bit of a challenge. And when I select texture, well, hang on, texture mask, we get these black things. But when I go to draw texture, I'm not getting a lozenge texture as one of my options. I'm getting a couple of black textures instead. Ooh, though, preview, texture 001. I feel like I'm going to have stray texture sitting around, but I don't care as long as I can make this work. image, settings, open. Now do we have something that will work? Lozenge texture. Okay. All right. So back to layout. Texture paint. It is now doing something. That's kind of what I was expecting was supposed to happen. So that's cool. It was even drawing as I see, like it's masking in a weird way. And then if I go to texture paint, we can still do the same thing. I can paint on this, and it's basically just going to give me details on which of these are relevant. Which is not necessarily what I want, but it's one way of doing things. And it's all because we're working in this area, doing this kind of thing. Blur and smear and so on. That works as expected. Over here, you can do the same things, but it's going to be UV locked. So it'll line up very accurately with what I can do there. Which also means if I straighten out the UVs, I can make sharp lines that follow 3D geometry. But that's another story. There's video games that have done that. I think it's an interesting technique, but I'm not super excited about it at the moment. Boy, let's see. That would be a matter of like fooling around with how the UVs are placed. I wonder whether you can... Annotation is not what I'm looking for. I'm not sure if it's going to let me edit the UV placement in the paint section. That's fine. Worry about that later. Yeah, building the mesh with color in mind, exactly. But here's the whole catch. I was working on it here, or in layout. Moving all this stuff around, repositioning it. I can clearly see the dots here. That is the limits of my text. This is why I would want to build the mesh with color in mind, so that this fine detail would work as fine detail. It's very, very smoothed here. Whereas if I go to texture paint and use a 1 pixel brush, we could draw stuff like a, oh, hang on. Oh, no, there we go. We could draw a 1 pixel dot there, and then it just becomes part of the texture. And we could see how that interacts with these colors here. And do some detail that is just on the texture level. But the point being, see, over here, here's where the secret was. And this is why it wasn't working ever before, and we're going to soon see whether that texture carries over to Godot or not. But it was, let's see now. No, it wouldn't have been there, would it? Because that's not there now. Render properties, output. No, none of that's actually relevant. Okay. Brush settings, nope. Nope. That would let me do that. These are useful in their own right, but I'm not worried about them right now. Radius and so on, all well and good, but what was going on was texture wasn't being loaded correctly. And now I can't find it. What's going on? What's happening? I found the way to get around this, and now it's not cooperating. That's not relevant either. So now we've got a gray square for texture 001, but I am still like, where was that option? I got it to work and then it's gone away again. Maybe I need to be in texture paint. Yeah, texture paint. Rather than just, like, in order to get to this point. We are looking at this, and I had to go to, I think, yeah, images. There's our preview. And then I have to open this, and only then. And the preview seems useless. That's not representing anything useful. Maybe it's because I haven't saved. And now I can draw a red line there, a red line there, and it will all show up. That would be the underside, so the top side would look like this. No? Top side would look like, yeah, there we go. That. And then, if I'm not mistaken, I have to save it in order for it to work. That area where there was the asterisk, there we go. Save it, then theoretically preview would show it, except for it doesn't. The hey. That's still nothing. Yeah, that can go away, please. And back again to here. If we open lozenge texture, preview is worthless. But we have to tell it to be image or movie. And then it's saying this thing, texture 02. And it keeps making new ones, but they're useless. I could click on it again and it'll make 03 or 4 or 5 or 6. Now we've got all of these and none of them are doing anything. Because only image matters. This is weird. This is deeply weird. But, if I save it, there we are, we change it. Don't need to save all images apparently. Then go back to Godot again. Back to our import. Re-import it. We still only have vertex. So why do we only have vertex? Nice though that is. I'm happy that we have vertex. but so no light baking. It should be producing a mesh. Not worried about animations. Not using this, that's fine. Embedded image handling. Extract textures. Yes, please. Yes, please extract the texture that you'll find. Well, there's an idea. Let's find out. Maybe it simply wasn't up to that. I know that if I do punctual light, we are then blinded. Materials stuff. See, here's the thing, is this is not a mesh. We've got the lozenge thingy. That's all well and good, but this is not a mesh all by itself. This node is a 3D node. There's nothing to it. Like lozenge root. Open and enter means go back to we can make it disappear and reappear again. But I'm also not able to change the kind of scene it is. I could give it a script. We could give it a different name. It's not giving me an option to change what kind of node this is. And that feels weird. And so as a result, there's not going to be any material stuff. Here's the things that we've done. There's our inspector. But this stuff, this is not 3D stuff. It's just showing a 3D object because it knows it's a Blender file, and I can do some things with it, but it doesn't know it's a 3D object, and it doesn't have any material stuff because it doesn't know it's a 3D object. Like if I say add a child node, and these are things that, these are physics objects. Animatable body, that's a physics object. That is a movable physics object. None of these are meshes. That's a definition. That's a kind of mesh thing. And multi-mesh would be being able to instance it. And this would be a instance of a, well, let's see. So yeah, all this stuff will supposedly do something. This is an importer mesh instance. Up here we had something like there's a instances meshes into a scenario. Well, this should have something like that in there. If it's the importer mesh, what happens if we do this? Do we then tell it to be... Nope. If we tell that to be importer mesh, no, I don't think that's appropriate. We can tell it to cast a shadow, but that's unhelpful. So we'll delete the importer mesh instance. And we dragged the blend file in here and got this. We just can't make it do anything or even show its own texture. That's a concern. Ye gods. Asset lib. Oh, that's not what we wanted at all. That is not the assets that I'm trying to bring into here. This is like Unity's asset store. That's no good. I mean, maybe it's good, but it sure isn't what I want. These are other people's things. I'm trying to make my own thing, as I always do. Ooh, look, better terrain. But it's a 2D terrain, so never mind. Gonna be time to start looking at web pages pretty soon. Just saying. Because we're able to save lozenge texture. We're able to do this. We even learned how to do it by kind of going to brush and then loading an image every single time, because it apparently doesn't remember itself. Number of users of this data. Click to make a single user copy. Now do I have 2 of them? Nope. 7 users of this. Well, that's within Blender. So maybe all these different views are seeing it. Yeah. So in the draw, I got to open up the texture, and then it will do things that are useful. Like letting me paint on it or draw with something. There's a big old circle, and then I can also extend it like that. No matter where I'm at, I can do something with it. And that part works okay. Well, it was acting like it did, but then it's not following through. And again, up here with the asterisk is the only place that saving it matters. Pack to memory image. Info log. Okay, fine. It is telling me what it was doing. So that stuff is all quite approachable. None of this is providing a problem except for the fact that it keeps saying texture 001, etc., and I can't make them go away, and I can't get any fewer of them. Look at all these. I can't deal with what is going on here. I don't know why there's so many of them. I don't know why it says this. I don't know why it keeps making more. It says browse texture to be linked, but I don't want any of those. I want this. And I can work on this if it is loaded up in the image panel of this thing. Image settings. And this is the only way that I can make this work and do anything. Source, single image, movie, so on and so forth. All good. All good. I could even go over to UV editing. And it's at, well, it's not showing anything there, but UV editing is where I could do my little trick with moving stuff around. Like I can make this a line. With stuff on the texture. And having done that, I can go to texture paint if I can find the place where I did it. Here we go. And I can draw a white line here. And if I can find where that is, there we go. Middle button does it. Now, what would be nice is if I was able to mask that out, but I bet there's bound to be a way. Back over to this. Kill the anti-aliasing. And let's make a lovely, crisp, seemingly very high fidelity line in here. The anti-aliasing was not what I actually wanted. Like you could take a building looking thing and make fake windows using this technique. Save that image and then go and find where it is. If we can. Oh, maybe it's on the inside. Oh no. Oh, that would be tragic. Here's betting that it's on the inside. So how about maybe not worrying about that, or it's on the frame. Either way, we can't see it. So instead, we will find this front area and do a similar thing there. It's actually fairly straight. So in theory, okay, and that means that this is actually that edge. So it's a little sideways, but that's fine. And then we can make fake detail like this. Thus making a spaceship looking thing. Just applying that. Then revert to black. Well, it may not do anti-aliasing, but it's still being a little picky. And now we have detail at a very fine level from what is not that detailed of a picture. way too big. Oh, while we're at it, let's do some pretty colors. That would be the snowplow outside. God. Undo. And then a lovely little bright green. And there is our lovely sharp detail in the Minecraft method. Looking much more impressive than it really is. And we can save that, and then we still can't actually see it, but wouldn't it be nice if we could? That's what you can do with fooling with the UV. You make the UV match the geometry, and then Bob's your uncle, and away you go. I'm looking forward to fooling with that a little bit. So let's see. Save that. We've already saved the image. So we are on to our next challenge of making this frickin' thing turn up. So here's what's going to be involved with that. Opening a convenient window. Blender import with textures. I don't want to watch a video. I'm doing a live stream. I don't have any materials in the model. Using principled BDSF, that's fine. Okay, I'm using single principled BDSF. BSDF. And we'll throw in not working and see what happens. Okay. Here's several things that might do it. Oh, in this case, the texture comes through. Well, thank you, but, nope. There's other people who don't know what they're doing. Noob's Guide that I haven't seen. Principled BSDF, not BDSF, is completely fine. It's possible to just drop a blend file in a Godot. That's what I'm trying to do. I could make the textures and things within Blender, so I can get that part working. It's just the question of why is it not. We do have a shader editor section. It ain't doing anything. Yeah, so GLTF, is Blender not set up to be that? It knows how to do it, but I'm trying to open Blender files. All I need to do is open Blender files and have the textures come along. If I can do it within what it already does, when I'm exporting objects from one department, let's go. Advanced import settings. Well, I'm not seeing any of that. Well, no, that's showing up in the import window. It's supposed to be able to extract textures. And that's what it's supposed to look like in Blender, apparently. So that's all cool. Yeah, can't do that. Can't do that, have to bake textures. I assume that, is it because my texture in Blender is not the right format? What's going on here? That's marked as lozenge texture, but this PNG is not useful, nor is render result. It's showing me this stack of things, but they are not helpful. Is there an internal format that Godot can't read? Okay, so we've got this. If I say save as, it should be, I'm telling it PNG, right? That is still normal, right? Relative path, save as render. Not worried about that. It is a PNG that I've saved. That is actually the correct one. Color depth should be fine. Color with or without, that should be fine. So this should be, and it is even reading it and making bitmaps. See, when we do this, right? We go into here, we re-import the lozenge file, and it says texture detected as used in 3D, enabling bitmap generation and setting the texture's compression mode to VRAM compressed. Why can't I see it? Why can't I see it? Shows colors. That'll stop the vertex shading from happening. Skins. I don't think that is what we're talking about. Bones doesn't have any. Unpacked materials. Export materials. We don't have any animation. Advanced. What's going on? Oh, now this starts looking like what we're seeing. Interesting. Interesting. So this is what's actually inside that. This is what I needed. I can even rotate it. Yep, that's what we're seeing. So here's where we fix the problem. I needed to click advanced the whole time. Actions, extract materials. Can we do this? Does it have a material? Well, that doesn't look like the picture I had. Let's cancel out of there for now. So, this is showing what I'm seeing in Godot and what I don't want to deal with. And what's happening is we're failing to extract any working textures, even though if we are in Blender, we can see them. Oh, hang on. Didn't mean to do that. If we are in Blender, we can see all of this lovely stuff, although it's not showing the vertex coloring. But if we are in Godot, we get this, and this is only vertex coloring. In fact, we can tell it to not be vertex coloring by re-importing. And then where do we get that advanced? There we go. And once we go to advanced, because this is bound to be where the problem gets fixed. Without vertex coloring, we just got this. Node root type, that's going to be fine. This has been set up to work. Like it goes to cube and then lozenge cube. It's got a camera built in. I'm not sure it needs to, but it does. We've got a mesh. This is the mesh. It's got a material. So here is where it's failing to find the texture. No animation. So let's not worry about importing that. Visible nodes. I do not know if cameras is something I want to import. Colors, that's, yep. I don't see much in the way of textures here. It says extract textures. I don't want to discard the textures. What if I embed images? What happens then? Nope. And I already know I can make colors. Export materials. Lozenge cubes. Cube. Okay, skip import. No. That is a mesh instance 3D. Okay. So this is a bounding box. Absolutely looks like a bounding box to me. Visibility, cast shadow. Camera, well, we don't actually need that, but it's apparently part of the Blender scene. I don't suppose that could be the problem. Generate shadow meshes. A light map UV. Level of details. There's our mesh, there's our material. So that's just like some kind of, that might be possible to bring in from, and again, materials. Here we've got this, and it is a blank gray space. So maybe, since the stuff that we're dealing with is problems having to do with blank gray spaces, it's detected a texture. So I'm going to jump into here. We're looking at this. Let's see whether it's even where it's supposed to be. Here's lozenge texture. This is what I thought I saved in the Godot engine. But this is what it shows as in the Finder. In the Finder, we just got that. That's what we're seeing. There's the blend. And this is literally in Blender. Here's the subfolder. Oh, it makes no sense. Okay. So yeah. We've got this, but we can't apparently save it. Let's save it as. We're going to save it in here. It's going to overwrite. File format, PNG. I don't think save as render is something I have to do, or is it? No, that's color management. That shouldn't be a thing. Save as image. So now if I go, aha, hello. What was it doing? Why was it not? Now that looks a little bit more like what it's supposed to look like. It was just straight up gray before. And it's Blender is somehow working with it without having saved it under the name that it is. That's super weird. Well, but I saved it over the blank gray after having gone and looked for that, meaning that, voila, all of a sudden now we've got the thing that we wanted. Interesting. Interesting. It just immediately sees it. It also sees the colors. Let's get rid of them vertex colors. It's using both. If it has vertex colors and a texture, it uses both. So here's logic lozenge to scene. And that's the thing we wanted. Well, to the extent that anybody can want that. It's ugly, but it's what we set up. Got there. So the secret to that is not so much that there's anything so wrong with that. Oh, look, you can quite plainly see some of the dots. There's internal walls. We're looking through the, there's how thick the walls are. There's my additional detail dots. I made those colored dots. Why are they not? Let's quickly look and see whether we can fix that, or whether there's anything going on that I should know about. Why is that not showing the colored dots I added? Let's try that. Save. Huh. Weird. Look at that. Look at that. So it does a colored line there, and it brought it in immediately. But these red dots are apparently not okay. Let's do them over. Maybe it's importing another. How would that be even a thing though? Let's make this be a red block. We're like importing the filter in the texture into another texture again. Save that. Yeah, look at that. We got a texture, it just looks funny. Oh, hello. We might just have a capacity to do something here. Let's look at the input settings for this. Fix alpha. It doesn't have alpha, so that should be a thing. I'm probably looking at mipmaps. If I don't make mipmaps, it's converting format somehow. Let's call it high quality and see if that helps. Oh, okay, high quality got me there. It didn't want to do a texture that big. Now that we have none of that yuckiness anymore. We're just using a lot more RAM. It was trying to set it up in game engine style, so it didn't have to use as much RAM. HDR compression. I don't have a normal map. Yeah, I found the problem. Lewis Smithard, this was the problem. The original image is okay, but in the import, it's importing it into a Godot texture 2D. And we can compress it in various ways. Here it is lossless. You see slight changes there. And the thing is that we can make it be lovely high quality this way, visually. It's real seamless. It's very free of any problem. So you can zoom right in. Every single detail is taken account of. Unfortunately, it's just using a large amount of memory to do that. Whereas if I tell it to be VRAM compressed, it's slightly different, but then if you tell it not to be high quality, watch this. It's compressing the image that I've got so much that stuff's happening. Like this little pattern here is an artifact from compression, as is this stuff over here. Tell it to be high quality, and that goes back to what it's supposed to be. It's a big old texture being loaded in. So if this was not such a detailed, like a heinously detailed texture, it wouldn't matter. But this particular one, I've got this incredible detail in here. So let's see, HDR, compression. We don't have a normal map. If we tell the channel pack to be optimized, It does not change the appearance. And all this stuff is still there. I wonder what would happen if I did something different with VRAM compression. Like VRAM compression, it's going to be high quality or not. What about basis universal? If I go with basis universal, we lose some of the pixels. But there's a smoothness to some of this, and it's hanging on to some of its detail. A 30-second warning on ads. The compressed mode can also be lossless or VRAM uncompressed. Or lossy. Let's see what happens when we do lossy. Ugh, it's JPEG. Oh no. We can totally JPEG it out. You could see the JPEG artifacts all over it. Lossy quality can be absolute garbage. See, this is a very efficient way of stuffing a lot of textures into RAM, but you can really see how much is lost. And you switch it back to something like lossless. Boom. Instantly back to pristine with every pixel in its place. So we can do VRAM compression on high quality and not lose much in the way of little details. This stuff stays the same. We can generate bitmaps. That is going to change things based on how far back we pull. Yep, JPEG has its challenges. So we've now made bitmaps, and so it should be showing us, as we go farther and farther back, things about what it looks like. And it'll load certain bitmaps at certain distances. And then as we zoom in closer, we'll start seeing the actual pixels. But bitmaps are going to smooth the way that it fades off into the distance, as opposed to maybe having this bright, sparky stuff kind of glitter as it goes off. See? Kind of flashing. That's bitmaps for you. It's glittering. Although you can't really see it very well because of the large overlay. There we go. It's a little different. If you look closely, you can see those white pixels glittering. Which is okay in its way, but it is going to be. Targa is TGA, it is a image format. And then if we make bitmaps, the glittering fades off quite a bit. Not flashing nearly as much, to the point of, in a distance, not flashing at all. So that's useful in its way. And roughness, we do not actually have a roughness factor in this at all. But if we did, and we called it red, for instance, which we have red or green, actually we have that too. If roughness is actually said to be this, it's mapping a principled BSDF onto this. So now the roughness of the whole thing is mapped to green, meaning that you see this light over there, and then as soon as we hit green, it's not visible anymore. And anything like we've got brightness there. We can see the sort of dim shininess there. Let's see, what other options do we have? Or we could have roughness be red, in which case green might be more reflective. And now red is matte red, because roughness, you see. And then this other stuff is more reflective. There's going to be some red in all the white. Oh, look, gray. What can we do there? And then if roughness is set to alpha, which we have not got anything associated, I think everything, but, well, no, I forgot. I have to re-import. It's like setting a compressor or something. I've done all of this, and then you don't see anything happen. So, re-imported with roughness being red. Here's the bright shiny reflection. And when we get over to red, it's not as reflective. But there's some everywhere that we can... Yeah, it's really supposed to be its own color. I'm having quite a bit of trouble actually seeing it. It might not actually be doing what I thought it was doing. If roughness is gray, I don't think I have a gray channel. Okay, that's shiny. What if roughness was blue? I don't know if it's actually doing anything. But that's a lovely bright reflection. Anyway, we can bring it in as an actual... We'll set it to detect again. We don't actually have any roughness in there, but in theory... This is all very cool. Pretty soon it's going to be time to start thawing out my tacos for dinner. This has been all day derping around, but it does say on my thingy that Godot is what I'll be fooling with, and sure enough, we have made a weird shape in Blender, cut a hole in it, made an interior wall, and drawn stuff on it, which took hours, and then imported it in. And that looks all very good. This will not actually do anything to this image because we don't have alpha borders, because we don't have alpha anything. But could we? What would happen if we did? We've got all of this going on, right? All of this is going on. And we're in Blender. And we've got all of this. But what if, could we change the lozenge texture to a different format? Save an image packed in the blend file to disk. Yeah, don't do that. Not so worried about that. Somehow it gets weird that way. I don't understand why it's doing what it's doing. I am mystified. Reload it from disk. That's all very well and good. I wonder if I change it in an external editor, Blender will be able to deal with it. Can I add alpha in an external editor? We can try. Here's Affinity Photo. There's some stuff that we're not going to go into. Some naughty pictures. Just graphics, though. I am a artist fan. So we don't have pictures of real people going on there. Let's see. Godot, and working for that stuff often includes Affinity Photo, which is why it was there. Now let's save this as with alpha. Assuming I can do that. Here's my lovely big graphic. Well, that thinks it has an alpha channel. Let's see if we can do something along the lines of acting like it has an alpha channel. That's alpha channel, all right. So if I create one with an alpha channel, I will be able to work with it. I didn't create this one with an alpha channel, but it then says it has one. So let's save it as itself. No, we're going to export. Saving it means saving it as an Affinity file. I don't want it to be an Affinity file. Export as PNG. No resizing. More. Do we have alpha channel available? I think it just expects to be able to work with an alpha channel, honestly. It's acting like that's just assumed. We can preview it. Sure enough, that's what it's supposed to look like. Export. Presumably it's going to ask if it wants to replace it. It does. So now, if we reload that, it should know that it has why do I not see the alpha? I should have been cutting holes in this if this is working. RGBA, yes. Modified literally just today. Browse image. Straight alpha. Pre-multiplied alpha. Color space, there's no such thing as sRGBA, so far so good. No, there's definitely an alpha. View as render. Hello. Now we got something showing up. Yep, see the blanks? And let's do the same thing up here. If we can, maybe we can't. Oh, it went away again. You saw that too, right? It was showing an alpha channel and then it went away again. Maybe because I clicked on here. But if I select lozenge texture PNG, RGBA, yes, yes, correct, correct. And save that. Material, texture slots, open. Okay. So this isn't the right general vicinity of how it's supposed to work. The only thing that's happening is we're seeing through into the interior wall. But this is the gist of how it's supposed to be. So let's see what's happening in Godot. Re-import. Okay, those are the spots where it's supposed to be transparent. It's not honoring that just yet. We're on the right track. It saw that something happened. We also don't have any normal maps. Pre-molt the alpha, maybe? Oh. Not exactly. That did something else. It made it be bigger, but it's still just drawing in black. So let's see, that's the texture. I do not think I need to pre-multiply the alpha. That is just a fix. I don't think I need to fix the alpha borders either. But I have to go back into the blend file in advanced, because I think something here is not giving me those as windows. So over to here. This was very useful to learn about, I gotta say. And it opened a giant window so you can't actually see it. So let me set it up so that you can. This is the area I was working with. And we got root scaling. We can see the areas that are supposed to be alpha channel. But I don't think we're actually setting up to... Well, hang on. Extract textures, all well and good. We don't have any modifiers. The graphics should be working. I gotta find out what punctual lights means. Give me a second. When you export from Blender to Godot, lights and cameras are preserved. I do not actually need to have lights from Blender coming in. So... Oh, but you can add a no imp at the end of the object's name in Blender. Okay, that's fine. Apparently somebody thinks I should export it as GLTF, but I am enjoying being able to bounce back and forth between these things too many times. I'm pretty sure I need the default light and camera in the Blender to be able to work with it and see it, but maybe I'm mistaken. Ooh, think of this as a long-term open replacement for a Unity package, which is an interesting thought. My fire is getting dim again. Punctual lights, point lights. Yeah, that would follow. Which does suggest that you could build lights in Blender and then have them do something in Godot. I'm not sure how far they stretch. And I'm not sure about whether I need to change the render mode to see the alpha channel. So punctual lights, that's going to basically mean point lights. All well and good. What I'm trying to do is figure out whether I can have this be transparent like it is in Blender. I think I don't need to bring in cameras too. LOD meshes. Tangents, huh? Shadow mesh. A bunch of this is excessive and is not going to be that relevant to what I'm doing. I don't think we're doing any light baking for this stuff. No cameras. That doesn't matter. Okay, so do I have a setting in here somewhere that is telling it not to be transparent alpha channels? It's going to try to detect roughness. We could tell the roughness to be alpha channel. Did it work? That doesn't look that much like it did anything. That doesn't look that much like the black parts are coming across as a different roughness. Not significantly. And it's definitely a surface, and it's definitely showing up as black. Oh, boy. This is kind of how this often goes, really. You just muddle along trying to do whatever with the thing and see what you can make happen. Like if I was needing to make all of this go, what I would end up doing is working with what I was able to make happen. The making little windows that look like geometry, except for that they're just alpha, wouldn't be a thing. And that's really kind of baffling. Like could it be in the inspector that... I feel coldness coming on. I think I need to put more wood in that fire. Texture 2D. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a texture 2D. That's what it is. It's not an array. I don't know what a 3D texture is. I don't think any of that stuff relates. I guess I can test and see whether importing it as an image helps. Oh, the assets may stop loading properly. Well, we could find, oh, you enable alpha blending, eh? Before I do this, which I know is wrong, because it was complaining about it. That's alpha border, that's fix alpha border. Neither of those things are it. Okay, maybe it's in bigger settings, like project settings or something. It's not going to be there. Rendering. Oh, let's set the texture filter to nearest so we can have a real sharp, crunchy looking thing. And back into project settings. What else can we do? Import defaults. I don't see any alpha blending there. Renderer, nope. Default clear color. Anti-aliasing. None of it's enabled. Viewport. Well, we're up against it, all right. Yep, there was no alpha blending set up there, so let's see. Well, in Blender, you would have Blender engaging. I don't know, it should be saving the graphic with its alpha. And here, it is transparent, but we have an interior wall, so it doesn't always look as if it is, but those are holes in the space through which you can see the inside one. We're supposed to be able to see through there. I don't know if I have a setting for that in Godot. Like we got this going on, but there's, and also, yeah, it could be that's the textures drawing. If it's just falling through, it shouldn't be drawing shading on there as if it was just black. Like this is a relevant question. This is a relevant question, but you're supposed to be able to draw stuff in which you cut it out. You hang on, it's cold. It's cold. It's getting too late for me to pound more coffee, so maybe I'll just have to struggle through. Or alternately, we can like put this away and go play Minecraft for a couple of hours. Or program that plugin. I did that game Counterpart in Unity, and it was like this then too. It's always like trying to do a thing and then struggling with the program fighting you every step of the way. So we have in here, in fact, I can even hit space. Hang on. Now what it's showing, I'm not sure what it's trying to show, but those are transparent areas. If we open it with preview, it's also filling them in with darkness. But if we open it with Affinity Photo, it's showing it as transparent. And we can make more transparency in here too, but it doesn't seem like it's actually going to work. And I wouldn't mind revisiting some of the aspects of Counterpart. It's like to replicate what that was doing would be tricky, and there were issues with it. Counterpart could only be experienced directly in real life because you couldn't stream it or record it, because it was by definition the worst thing for video compression. I didn't really mean to do that, but I did. So let's see. Alpha. Oh, hello. That's interesting. What you doing there, honey? This is the darkness for red, green, blue, and then alpha. There's the background for... Oh, no, wait, it's not showing a damn thing. See, that says composite, so... So these things are being drawn as black, which I don't think is appropriate. Let's see if we can continue to fiddle with it. Nope, I can't actually delete that part. When I look at RGBA 8, what's happening is that's just the brightness or darkness of anything. And then when I go to the alpha channel is correctly, white means fully draw the colors that you've got, but then black apparently means this is the part that's supposed to be transparent, but Godot is not drawing it as transparent. But Affinity Photo knows it's meant to be transparent and is drawing the picture like this. So we know that's basically okay. We know that Blender is registering it as intended. You can even visually see how that works out. But Godot is not, so back over, I think, to looking at web pages and stuff. GitHub, Godot engine, PNG transparency converted to black. Yup, that's exactly what's been happening. Now what? Appears to be random. Well, I sure was able to make it happen. Now what? PNG 24 It fails with PNG 32. Huh. What the hey? And this is back in 2016. What's up? The important thing is, what are people's workarounds? I don't think I can export the texture from Godot, no. Our Godot, here's another thing that the same thing is happening. Oh, hello, viewport background being black. Uh-huh. That's a complicated workaround. That's not worth doing. How you figured this out is beyond me. Those are the ones I'm going to try to avoid as a rule. When there's a fix, but you're like, how did you arrive at that? Too many of those things and you start to lose your mind. Engage the damper on the stove. There is no, so what's happening, although it's supposed to be able to see through to the back face of itself. Yeah, this might be a bug that I can't work around. I guess we'll find out. This is old, so that's not going to be relevant. We do seem to have quite a bit of this stuff where cards aren't able to bring in the transparency properly. That seems a common problem. That's a bit of a concern. Yeah, we're not even in a sprite base either. Imported from Blender, sure enough. My shader is supposed to be the basic principled BSDF, so we're not even talking about doing a custom shader. I'm going to want to avoid that. I feel like maybe the way this works is transparent things, even if they're thin little windows, need to be geometry. I don't feel like I can do this correctly. Essentially, yeah, what I'm arriving at here is this that I'm attempting to do here is an ugly hack. I'm doing a silly hack, and I should be not doing a silly hack. Let's, oh, that's too big of a radius by quite a large quality. What I should be doing is covering up some of these things and not attempting to make a, well, that's interesting. What the heck is going on there? Look at you. What on earth? It's like weird green and purple snakeskin. Check that out. Where does it show? This is a inside image. Look at that. I don't know what that thinks it's doing. Mix. Difference. The brush is losing its mind and going crazy. Oh God, what on earth? Look at that. It's taking an image and painting with it. Text draw. What does it think it's doing? Oh, hang on. Okay, more insight forthcoming. We're painting with this image. It wouldn't work until I brought it in here, but we're painting with this image. That makes no sense at all. This is insane. What does it think it's doing? Look at those, bright, clear. I mean, this is difference mode. But erase alpha. What does this think it's doing? Add alpha. You would think that that would up. Look at that. This is Blender. This is Blender being insane. What does it think it's doing? Oh, add alpha. Not worrying about that. Look at these vivid bright colors that it's making. And to what end? I don't know. It just wants to do that. Text draw. Why are we even doing text draw? What is the purpose of this madness? Wow. We've lost the plot completely. Here's our settings. Okay, so this is a brush, and so I had to load this here for some reason that I can't figure out. But now we can do this. Clouds. Except for it's not really very good at drawing, is it? You scooch over a little bit. And then if we have brush, but we don't have texture, yep, this is some messed up stuff. I had to load it into here in order to get any of this to work, and I don't understand why that would be. Here, have clouds on the edge of this. Clouds on the butt end of this. It could be a cloudy little boy. I do not know why it snapped so sharply like that. It just did. Maybe it's because my dragging was exposing other areas to be clicked on. Clouds with a eye. We'll flip it upside down and cover this area. We're kind of re-rendering the whole thing like this, and then going from there. And seeing what happens when we bring this into Godot. So clouds, a little bit of stuff. It's really not the best art program, I gotta say. A little bit of this showing up. The inside has a little bit of the previous madness, and we've got an eye with black around the outside edge. And let's save as. I wonder if it's the 8-bit color depth that's doing it. It's a bit late to find out, but I suppose it's possible. And here we are. And this is much as we had it. I certainly do not see any Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will. But here is a place where I can use a smaller brush and erase alpha. I shouldn't be stuck with this dumb brush. See, here is more stuff there. If I click on this, we got brushes, but we only have text draw. We can make that light blinding red. And then here's where our troubles began. Texture. So now we have like several layers of holes through here. Here's another. So the way we see through these is kind of like this. And there's a hole in this one. And then if I go in here, I can set this to mix, and then presumably draw in just red with no texture selected. Oh, I can, well, I mean, Godot is made in Godot, so go figure. And now if this texture is here, you can see through to red, but if you don't, it's not how it works. And we'll like save directly and see what happens in Godot. Re-importing the texture. Go to this. And it looks a lot like there's no alpha communication through, but it's sticking with whatever was in the color file while ignoring the alpha. I believe we can still turn on vertex colors. Oh yeah. Yeah, so vertex colors can also have a profound effect on this, and have. But without them, that is the color I just added on the inside. And these are the cloud colors, but it didn't respond to any of the alpha stuff. Inside Godot, I stripped away alpha, which was basically just drawing directly on the alpha channel. And it ignored that. If I went and looked, which I can do, at the file, in Affinity Photo, what we will see is that the composite has these drawn on it. And this is what's been drawn in the alpha channel. But if we go to like, well, no, hang on a second. Composite red and green and blue are in fact not. Oh, and I thought I had it figured out. I thought this black area here wouldn't be there. So never mind, I thought I had figured it out a little bit more than I had. In this case, I don't understand why this area can be here when I colored it in with black. We've done a bunch of things today. This is a bitter pill to swallow because it looks like a giant rock. That was one of the game ideas. Back in the day, me and one of my brothers were trying to do a thing to the effect of asteroids, but 3D game rather than 2D game. It was a complete failure. And that's because you can't really play asteroids as a 3D game. Oh, look, now we don't even have normals. Have we told it not to try to load normals? No, we're trying to load normals. It's drawing that squished up for some reason. This is very interesting, and I don't think we need to go any further with this today. My energy is flagging, and it's far too late in the day to guzzle more coffee, so let's not do that. But this is kind of a lot. Like, we dragged in Blender files, and we can go back and forth and edit them like crazy, and load them right back up in Godot as long as we know what to avoid. We can't draw alpha channel. We can't cut holes in textures and see through them. That's too much to ask. It's too tricky. But there's a bunch of other building and modeling and texturing and stuff that could be done. The only part that I don't understand is why, going to the brush settings, we only have text draw. Although granted, vertex paint would work. Some of these I don't even know what they do. UV sculpt? What's UV sculpt? Like, what does 2 mean? Oh no, that's just making more of them. Now we have even more of that nonsense. And I do not know how to make those go away now that I've made them. Look at that. So yeah, now we have too many of these and I don't know how to make them go away. I clicked on the wrong thing and I made all of these appear. And unless it's like control, no. And if I clicked on this, I would just make another. So yeah. Messy. Messy, messy, messy. I don't know how to edit this brush stuff in such a way that it's a usable tool. It tends to be an unusable tool. It tends to be too big of a mess. See, with this one we can't tell why it's soft-edged when the other one is not soft-edged. And yeah, there's just a lot. You go in and yeah. Well, I mean, I can see how there's the library of brushes, but I don't understand why I had to load the image that I was working on into the brush in order to make it be visible. I don't understand why, if I click on the brush, because here's brushes, this just makes more of the same, just a number of uses of this data. This just shows all these, many of which are the same. I don't know how to make them go away. It just shows this to be assigned to this user. I don't know why I can't have a brush that doesn't have a texture associated with it, but it only gives me brushes that have textures on them. Oh, look, there it just made another one. Enabled modes, it's enabled in Paint, Image Paint tool. This is clearly the one that I want, but this is also probably associated with more textures. And there we go again. It's like now this one is a gray square for no good reason. Like, none of this really makes sense to me. Browse brush to be linked. So I can go to this and go, boop, okay. I could go to this and go, boop, okay. But what does this mean? Where does it go? What's it doing? We can have this be a color burn. And if we've got this selected, that's fine. It does appear to be applying that as a brush. I can make it be green and it's still applying a color burn. That's what a color burn would do. So that's kind of funky and cool looking and stuff. But I don't get, like, why is it this medium gray? What's going on with that? Where'd that medium gray come from? Like, I get that we've got those options, but what does this even mean? If I click this, it's going to add another one, which I've done far too often. If I click this, it unlinks the data block. But what does that even mean? Oh, vertex. I've got vertex colors going also. But I'm I know this brush stuff is very challenging, but at the same time, it's like this is more like what you would be doing if you were seriously texturing rather than just drawing on the vertexes. Vertex colors assumes you have a lot of polys. That's not necessarily a safe assumption. And we've got symmetry, so we can, except for we don't have any brushes selected. Now we've got other things available, which are apparently like F brush. What texture is that? I don't know, but I think I still have symmetry enabled, so using this I can in fact draw the symmetry correctly. Texture seems to be blank, but if I touch this, it makes something happen. Mapping view plane. Yeah. It's just rough. This is just rough getting these to work, figuring out how to make it do anything appropriate. We got a cursor. There's our cursor color. Fall off opacity. So we could have fall off opacity be very small. The radius be smaller. And that does, in texture opacity, is not the same thing as strength. Fall off opacity can be this. None of it seems to do anything to the fall off. So that's going to be edges, if I'm not mistaken. And let's find out. We can do this. Sure enough, hard-edged. So fall off is essentially softness in a graphic program, one that knows what it's doing. So we can have that. Paint using this, except for that, no, strength is still 100%. The symmetry can be handy. But yeah, like cursor culture, it seems very arbitrary and sitting there being like the way and stuff. We're drawing with black, but we haven't got anything on roughness, so roughness is a default texture. It's very rough. Very, very rough. And if we go to, and fall off is here and up here. And apparently it's custom. I don't know why. I didn't tell it to be custom. I told it to be this. If this is the fall off, let's just bounce over to bright white again. That's a very soft-edged brush. If this is the fall off, moderately soft-edged. This seems like what they expect to be the normal way of going about things. It's middle and soft-edged. And then if we want a very sharp edge thing, we can draw with this, and that is a straight up pencil tool. This is the opposite of a pencil tool, so this is as soft as they get. And doing more of a radius. Very soft edged. And this round shape, not as soft as you'd think, just very slightly soft around the edge. But it is showing it It's showing both sides of the brush here, but then this is only showing one side of the brush. If I do this, we have a center dot. If I do this, I have a kind of weird effect. And these are all cool and all, but it's like, damn. Also, I'm not sure if I can get rid of the dots. So we can do a middling, very hard edge. Just a hint of softening around the edge. This is all the built-in tool. Oh, X, can we get rid of that? Let's see. Normal fall off angle 80. So if we've got this, we can remove all of these and go back to a default of a variety of kinds. But then if we deselect normal fall off, and now it's grayed out, but it doesn't show up. See, if I turn off, well, I mean, what if I change the angle of normal fall off? If normal fall off angle is 5, we're like failing to, it's masking it somehow. And that makes absolutely no sense. If the angle is 90, it's like this has to do with the angle of attack on drawing on the surface. So there's our basic brush. And then if I tell it to be normal fall off, but the angle is different, I can't really tell what it's doing. Other than it runs out of steam over here and it stops. What's that about? Oh, wait. Normal is not a description of unusual versus ordinary. Normal has to do with the normal of the thing that I'm facing. So normal fall off, yeah, okay, got there. Means I can draw on stuff where the normal is facing me, but it starts running out of steam real fast when the normal is pointed far enough away. Meaning that if I turn over to here, now I can draw on this, but not on this. For a 3D painting thing, I stand corrected. I see what that's about. It's still a pain in the butt. But it sure as heck is a lot to figure out all at one go. Let's go over to a bright blinding red, and this is what you get out of normal fall off. Only that which faces you the most directly. Anything else, kind of going to take a while to get. Although it seems like even when your normal is very far, like that normal is pretty far off, and my setting for this is not very generous, but it's still doing it. It is a normal fall off, but at the same time, it is weirdly not doing what it says it does. So go figure. Is there a default setting for that? So now we've wrecked our little bean. It now looks terrible, but then it always did kind of look terrible. But it was the experimental mode. So the only thing I'm wondering now, in addition to, do I need to throw yet another log on the fire? Because it looks looks a little bit like I need to throw yet another log on the fire. It's getting closer and closer to 4. It's getting closer and closer to getting ready to thaw out my dinner. Let's do the log on the fire thing. I'm thinking about trying to set up a roughness map and see if that gets brought into Godot too. Because that's the thing, right? It is doing the BSDF, principled BSDF fader. It's able to automatically bring that in. I'm not actually working with it right now, but it's able to bring it in pretty effectively. But what I only have is the, like, let's see, where were we doing that? I don't think it was in UV editing, although there's fun stuff we can do there. I think it was in shading, and sure enough. So lozenge texture includes alpha, and we could map alpha to roughness. Actually, we don't have alpha routed to alpha even. So that's weird. Could that be the issue? Let's find out. Now we've got the textures alpha routed to principled BDSF alpha, which Godot is presumably reading, because this is the one that it's supposed to be able to understand. It's supposed to be able to understand this. 1 minute warning on advertisements. Like, look at this pretty thing over here. So having done this, I'll do a little save, and then we'll go back over to texture paint and get back with some other stuff. That might be a key observation, that I had an alpha in the texture, but I wasn't routing it to the principled BDSF alpha input, the node input. That could have a big amount to do with what's going on. I am keeping that catalyst engaged as much as I possibly can. Not so much to keep it from burning hot, but because it's going to get more out of the wood that I have. And that's pretty important. But yeah, so let's dive back in here again and get wonky. Which way is up? This was up, meaning that this is now a roof. And inside here we can paint with this red, if assuming we can paint with this red. Have we got back to not being able to do anything again? That would suck. Blending mode mix, radius 92. You're supposed to be able to paint on the inside of this thing, and yet you're not able to do it. This is Blender, yes? Oh, no, wait. No, you're being able to paint on that. We're just not able to reach inside. Which means we've ruined our little details, so that's no good. Let's not do that. Can we, in fact, go in there and paint on it? Well, not if it just disappears or jumps around like this. Why is it doing that? Where's my cursor? What is my cursor intersecting that it makes it bounce around so violently? there's a black spot inside. I'm just going to assume that that is going to stay there because I'm having trouble painting on the inside of it. So what we're going to do is get a different color, like a chill gray. We're going to get rid of that fall off. Maybe that's what was doing it. The normal was inverted or something. We're not going to worry about the fact that we had clouds and stuff all over the place. We're just going to do this. And then it's doing the same thing on the bottom because I have a lot of mirroring going on. So I'm going to get there and then I'm going to shut off the mirroring. Having done that, there's the front of our little object. There's the top. It's in a really boring gray. And we're going to jump right on here and set it to erase alpha mode. And see what we're looking at. See, I see another alpha in there. And then we see red through the top, so we should be able to see red through the top if erasing the alpha actually worked. And then we can't see through multiple, well, maybe we are multiple layers of it because we're just seeing the inside of the viewport. And we're going to save this image. We're going to save the Blender file and we're going to jump in and see what happens when we do these things. We're going to go to Advanced. No sign of it recognizing that. Ooh, that's, yeah, 40 is the same either way. 50 is beyond chill. Okay, we're not bringing in these things. We're not bringing in modifiers. I'm going to say erasing the normals is simply not working in Godot. It just never becomes a thing. And that's a little frustrating. That's something that will have to be solved one way or another if I'm ever to do like cards with cutouts on them, like how people do leaves and things. There is something not right about it. Hello, we can pre-multiply alpha. I don't think it's going to help. Hello. No, it does something else. Look at that. So here's what we can do. This part is working, but it's very limited. This is where we've got. It's showing the bounding box. I'm pretty sure what that means is if we hit, let's go back and do more. And somehow we are still mirroring. I didn't think I was still mirroring. No, I'm not, but something is still there. Yeah, we shouldn't be still mirroring. So if we stop doing this alpha and start doing, for instance, Let's draw some pretty little flowers and leaves. So here's what happens between Godot and Blender this way. We can save that. We can kind of see what it does. We can see the transparency on the this here. We can see that in Blender, it will draw both back faces and front faces. And we can even look through the transparency of the inside to see the green that's been drawn over here in this little window. But then we save and we go into Godot, and rather than seeing all of this interior stuff, we got this. We can have alpha and we can have the outer surface. And we're seeing through that outer surface, but we cannot see from inside. It's a one-sided thing. Well, no, look, we're literally doing it. The bounding box would be obscured by the pigment. You can kind of see the, well, is that really true though? I'm kind of seeing it through. And that's not perfect. Let's go to the advanced and see what that does. Okay. So that is showing it as black. That's what we're used to it doing. And bringing it up here, well, hang on. Okay, so I stand corrected. It's not doing what I thought or hoped. I don't think we have a material here either. That's the problem. So lozenge scene. Lozenge root. And there was something in here somewhere. Oh, we're getting to where I need to stop this and go and do something else. Yeah, this is not doing what I hoped. What I thought I was seeing through there and just leaving. Well, no, hang on a second though. This is messed up. Because it's like semi-transparent showing this orange here. But then the green's covering over the orange. Oh, goodness gracious me. There was something in here somewhere where I was able to mess with it. I was able to look at this and go, oh, that's what's inside the scene after all. And that ain't it. If I did this, nope, that's just renaming it. Expand, collapse, branch. Nope, that doesn't do anything. Yet I had stuff doing something sometimes. There were times when it was doing what I wanted. Oh, and now we have a new error. Image index 0 couldn't be loaded. Tell you what, we're going to put this aside for the moment. I'm going to put that aside for the moment. And for the last little bit of hanging out, we're going to do something that we're pretty familiar with, which is derp around in Minecraft a little bit more. That's a bad advertisement. Look at the chunkiness. I guess it's supposed to look like Minecraft, right? So we'll fire this up, and it will start, well, it'll flash for a while, and then... Why are they showing me this is why to use actual stuff. We don't want this. Look at that nonsense. Somebody paid a lot of money to have that stuck into my... If I select it without clicking on it, can I edit it and make it go away? Yes. Be lost forever. A long time. Go away. It should be. Let's check and see if it still works. If I do the wide area network, that should be in Patreon. We will see whether it connects. It's possible that it hasn't. Oh no, it has. So, I'll be back in a moment. I'm off to defrost some Monterey Jack cheese. Yeah, let's see. Monster Maker. Maybe you don't want to have, well, I suppose it won't hurt too badly. Arrows, rockets. It is still peaceful enough around here, thankfully. I'm going to head back to where I was the last time I was here. See, I kind of like the pixelated look. Also, I had best put that on. And it's about 3,000 blocks out. Wait, am I wearing an elytra? No, I'm not. I can fly there. So it's going to take a little bit of rocket spamming to get there. But there was a fun thing that I was doing, because there was just the possibility of making a spawner, and in fact I did. It's just not a zombie spawner, it's a skelly spawner. So those can still produce handy little things like, oh, there's our hole. Handy little things like chainmail, but they're a lot more dangerous to wrestle with. And I also spent a bit of time filling in holes and stuff in here. And that's a rewarding pursuit in its own right. As we were rebuilding this area and making it be nice again, because it got kind of wrecked last time we were here. This is our, not mine, but one of our Uber grinders. The ground, I've tidied up a little bit, added some lights, and I made it be more sort of wood-based. And then over here, we go downwards to here, where there is a total live skelly spawner. And I have not yet worked out how to appropriately make that be a thing where it's a grinder which actually works. I have not yet solved this problem. What we have here is actually terrible, because you just get shot at by the guys. That part's no good. So it's a matter of, let's figure out how to make this work a little better. Not have as many problems with it. And who's to say, maybe I'll be able to figure something out. We do have a bunch of stuff that can be used. We can grind a bunch more. We have a nice area here to head out into. I should probably go and light this up too. We know how to do that. One glowstone will suffice to solve that problem. Oh, pff. Well, that's the one I wanted in the first place. Hi. You're exactly the kind of monster I wanted to see. Look at that. That's what we needed, was a zombie spawner. None of this other stuff. Zombie spawner's perfect. Skelly spawner is a waste of time. Oh, well, thank you, MS. I'm glad that it's working out for you. Now, one thing about this is it is generating more zombies all over the place. So that's not all that great. But I mean, we can but try. So let's go forth and immediately make this into the new spawner hotness. I am entirely delighted. I thought I was going to be stuck dealing with that skelly spawner. Maybe I can even do a sort of thing where there's like water streams and it's spawning stuff in multiple levels and then washing them into the relevant places. Who knows? Who knows what possibilities could arise? This is a pleasing discovery. How fortuitous. Let's just make sure not to mine out the spawner by mistake. 1 minute warning for ads for those who experience those. Okay, so I know I can go down a little bit. Oh, that's where some of these monsters are falling. They're going down there. We need to have lights and stuff down there. And technically I can go down there and eat myself back out. So that could be a thing. Or just put some light on the subject. Now what the hey, let's go down there and eat myself back out once I have solved the issues of lighting it. Namely, putting lights in. I'm going to want to put a floor in too, but for now, that suffices. Oh, and it are getting dark. Here we go. So through there and back over here. Okay, have I got handy buckets? We've been doing a lot of work to try to get all of this stuff working well. We can certainly make a couple. Good enough. Let's do just that. I'm not sure whether zombers will spawn in water, but they might. Also, you know what? We have established that this is no longer the target, so let's move that. We can leave one just to show that there is something down there, which is a skelly spawner, but then the one that we really care about is here. What the heck was that? Oh dear. Sir, you're my least favorite of thing. Be gone with you. I don't like those things. I don't like them at all. They're mean and bad and drive me up the wall. Lovely anti-gravity. This goes back to where the other stuff is. Oh wait, am I carrying nonsense? I can put nonsense in the chest. Anything here I need? I don't know. Well, maybe some of these doors. Up and over and round we go. And this is going to be our new hotness. Just make sure not to mine it up with this pick. And let's see, we've got the glowstone, so we can fire a couple more lights here. We can maybe widen this out a little bit. And then also widen it on the other side, and then we're going to fill this in. We got plenty of stone to fill things in with. We have encased a little glowstone in solid stone, but no matter, that'll be fine. Go one further over here. Oh, one thing I do not have on hand are hoppers, but those are pretty easy to make, honestly. And then let's just fill that in with stone. Don't want no creepers coming at me. I'm paranoid now. Oh, wait, can't do that. Gotta head down into here. Shouldn't do that. Now this is getting big enough that I should probably put another glowstone up there somewhere. So heading down into this area, put one of these doors here in such a way that it's default closed. Now the zombies think that's open, or when they show up, anywho. And I'm going to need some water. We're going to have an enormous quantity of relatively typical normal zombies. Two buckets of water to start with. That'll do. And plans for a multi-layer affair where they can come from here or they can come from up here. Hopefully that'll work. Might work. We'll see whether it works. And it all starts with stuff like that. And then more. See, we're going to find out whether they can spawn in water or not, because they're all going to wash in this direction. Let's see how much of this we can do. Might get a mite messy, but what's not to like? One there. One there. So lots of water flowing. And lots of walls I'm making. And then he found out that zombies can't swim. Seriously, we'll see what happens. I think they can spawn in water, but we're sure going to find out. All the water. Give me that. So this should be, well, let's see what starts to happen. We should be spawning up there. I know. I'll just trim those out. With a bit of luck, that'll work as extra spawning area. I don't know whether that's how it works, but we'll find out. And then it's all heading over here, isn't it? It is possible that this isn't going to work very well. I may have miscalculated. Oh, there's another one. In particular, everything is flowing over here. We've got a lighting glitch up there. Oh, hi there, Mr. with a leather. I have very high power arrows, for what that's worth. One thing about it is they are managing to spawn in the dark on the water. And the water is washing them in the direction I want. But all that said, I'm still not entirely satisfied with how well that's working. This feels like very weak spawn rates, honestly. Might be worth re-evaluating because the zombies can chase you, so they don't really need to be washed by water. Yeah. Yeah, let's unwater this place. This is kind of nonsense. Starting with swimming upstream like a salmon and getting these. I don't know whether the 2-layer stuff is actually helping. I mean, it's possible that it is, but then it's possible that it makes no difference at all. Can we not dump water in water? No, we can. I just have to be able to touch it. Begone. Begone. And one for you, and one for you. Okay, so does this increase spawnage at all? Or can they just drop out of the air? I feel like it should, but I could be totally mistaken about that. Maybe we just need enough empty space. We don't need to worry about having ledges for them to appear on. Okay. How we doing? That's a lighting glitch. It shouldn't be affecting spawning. Although I appreciate being able to see the guys if they do appear. Just as I was about to leave, they sucked me back in. I could set up redstone to dispense water to wash stuff in this direction. That could work. Also, I wonder whether maybe it's just that darkness is not extreme enough. Oh, well, hang on. There's a bunch of guys, and one of them had gold booties. So if we were playing modern Minecraft, that would matter. definitely challenging not being able to see anybody, but they're dropping the stuff better. And we do have that diamond sword for if we need it. If I see somebody with... I could be also making a better entrance into here, because this is a cruddy entrance. Those are only chainmail pants, although in fairness, I got them. So that seems good. Chainmail pants and chainmail boots. Can helmet be far behind? Gimme. If I can get one, I can have it all. Just one drop. Oh, we're seeing a lot of chainmail, guys. This could work. That guy's got chainmail booties on gold everything else. No, I can't pick nothing up because I am inventory too full. So we'll let them build up for a bit. I think I'm carrying chests. Yes, I am. Booties. Enchanted booties. Water buckets. Random potato. Actually, I don't need to dig this far up. Now we're starting to get a little noisy. Ow, sir. I don't see any chainmail helmet. I don't need your gold pants. We are just watching for chainmail helmet at this stage. It's the only thing I care about. This works. Except for if they spawn up here, which is of course a possibility. You are too clever. You were too clever by half. Here we go. I think that's gold pants. Okay. Now we nuke the door and replace it with solid. We can make it even darker in here. Well, we're getting spawns. We're certainly getting spawns. What happens if we do this? Can they get up? No, they can't. They can try, but they can't. Let's make this horrible place even darker. And if I see anybody showing up with the chainmail, I like jump in. Going, yeah. I feel like maybe make a little bit more space so that I can be sure I get out. Enough of you butter zombies. I have very specific goals for all this. Let's further those goals by putting in some doors. Or at least an door. Door can be somewhere around here. Like, there we go. Now it is of the pitchness of dark. We're going to stare into the void and see if we can spot zombies with chainmail, because that's the whole point of this exercise. That's the one thing we do not have on this server. And if we do, we can immediately start flinging glowstone in there. So it's the doom place. The nasty zone. And I've got a spare glowstone, so what I can do is it could be light out here, just doesn't get to be light in here. Glowstone is not supposed to go through doors. Well, everything's still spawning. I'm liking the increased visibility, but I'm a little concerned that this is going to cut down spawn rates. Like, that's quite light. Maybe it'll be okay. See, we got some spawns. I would like to see a little bit more, though. I think I have miscalculated. Let's try it here and see if that helps. No chainmail. No chainmail hat. Holding out for that chainmail hat. One day. Only need one. We're sort of on the final approach. That's the only fancy thing that I really seriously lack on the server. I gotta wonder whether this is still impeding spawns. put it up there. Yeah, I feel like that's better. Let's not use the rocket and yeet myself into the room with the monsters. Also, I heard a baby zombie. Actually, there's several. Baby zombies can't, well, no, baby zombies could wear chainmail. These ones are not. I got another dude around here somewhere. Where's he at? Oh, is he on the other side of that door? That'd be awesome. No. Dude's in the wall or something. Is it dark out? Is that it? Oh no, he's over my head. He's gonna jump here and beat me up. But not for long. Gotcha. They were on the overworld because it was daytime. I mean, the opposite of daytime. See, I know what I'm talking about. I just can't articulate it half the time. So let's see. It's about 7 minutes until time to go off and make dinner. Been fun derping around with this kind of stuff today. Very interesting to see how Blender adapts to the Godot process. Although, granted, I learned a lot about what I can't do with it. Still got more firewood to throw on. In a reasonably safe place. So, no reason I should just go through and do some of that while these other guys pile up. Go. Once I'm on my own time again, I'm going to be generating more of those reverb impulses I was showing you about. Gold hats are not what I'm after. I wonder if I can recycle those things by having the guys grab them and then shoot them, and then maybe they won't spawn with Here I am again. Come and get me. They do have a tendency to grab helmets and things. Here I'm hoping that they do not grab chain, like wearing chain helmet, they upgrade to gold and then don't drop the chain, because that would be terrible. Oh, hey, I got a carrot. Nom nom. He's gonna attack me with the carrot. That would be pretty genuinely terrible if they're able to upgrade from chain to something else. That would defeat the whole purpose. So we're going to hope that doesn't happen. Tempted to try to do something about that stuff. Maybe I can do something about it with a water bucket. I can at least wash it elsewhere and see what happens. So like if I make water pour here, we can wash some of that stuff out of the way, anywho. Oh, I can put water down right in the middle of the floor. Cool. That might be able to keep things a little more tidy. Because if they're not walking over stuff, they're not picking it up and putting it on. And of course, we don't need any of these XPs because we have the infinite grinder very nearby. Or granted, maybe not an infinite grinder, but a very capable grinder very nearby. One minute warning for up, and it's about time, honestly. Are we going to get a last minute appearance of the thing that I'm looking for? Looks kind of like no. It's one way to do it. Nope. 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 push all that stuff way back. Prepare to do battle. Okay. Okay, so that will end up being a thing. At some point, that's going to end up being a thing. For today, maybe Thursday can be a day of just like going to get through and get the thing that I wanted. Thursday might be appropriate time for that. For right now, not so much. So this is an okay place for me to... Is it an okay place for me to log off? Probably. So I'll talk to you later. I'm going to go off and have dinner now. And we'll do some stuff on Thursday, whether it be camp out at the zombie spawner and try to get that chainmail helmet that I want so badly, or derp around with Godot and Blender again, because I've done Blender before, and well, I've done Godot before. I've barely done Blender ever, but that was gratifying how much I was able to make happen in a very brief amount of time without knowing anything about what I was doing. That's what I shoot for, is stuff that's kind of discoverable in that way. So a lot of it was just appalling, but honestly, the fact that we were able to get a bunch of stuff sort of built and put together and working, if I can bring it into Godot as a scene, I know I can do things like instantiate it, move the bits around, do things, and that could potentially lead to stuff that's cool. So a good way of doing things. And I will catch up with you later. Bye-bye.